Hello everybody, welcome back to Wappelville. Got ourselves another birthday stream. Got ourselves another Wappellious. Yeah, this is a new version. New version of CAD also. So here's the one we painted a few months ago for the stream anniversary here. This was kind of neat. So again, I kind of like the larger version of CAD. This was really fun with all of these items right here. You can see the staff is a little bit different. We're gonna kind of go with the same motif though. And of course, lots of glowy stuff. Lots of glowy stuff. So we got a light source down here, right? Landrast. Thanks, Landrast. Appreciate that. Now, we did the same glowy thing over here on Cathay, but we're going to kind of switch things around. This actually is going to be the bluish glow here. Not going to use cobalt teal bluish, though. This is fun with our Jeero here. Oh, speaking of which, yeah, we got this. Look at this here, Landrast. Look at that. That's super fun. So there's Wappellious, there's the Cyber Cathy, there's Cyber Jeero, and there is Cyber Cad because, not too shabby. Yeah, there they are walking around doing stuff. So great to see you there, Landras. Again, here, I kept Cad off to the side here because I wanted people to at least be able to see what we're doing here. So that, let's do that. We'll try to do the best we can with the glow on him again. It's coming from right over here, right from over there. So we'll see what kind of fun stuff that we can do here. Nice to see you there, Ryan. Appreciate you being here, and nice to see you there, Armored Wolf. Now we're just gonna get on here with some glowy stuffs. Sky blue here. So yeah, Ryan, that I'll be able to make those other animations way faster now. And I mean like way, 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 way faster with what I've learned. Nice to see you there, Blades. I hope that the stream was fabulous. Everybody, please give Blades81 a follow. So great to see you there, Blades. So I guess Blades, the Sox did win one of those games against the Yankees. If you look at their home and away record, it's basically opposite. It's like as good as they play at, well, we're always going to say Comiskey Park. They play that bad on the road. So Blades, if you want to share stuff in the chat, same thing there, Ryan. Same thing. And Landras, those were looking really good. Yeah, those were looking mighty fantastic. Your Schmesh Marines there, for sure. I'm going to maybe have this be glowy too. What the heck? We'll have this be glowy. Maybe even this too. Because, reasons, whatever. Nice to see you there, Altfax. Nice to see you. And again, well, happy Friday to folks. And it is still Friday, and it's going to be Friday for a little bit. Now, of course, where did you go? There you are. So this is what we painted on the stream last night. This was the first of our Compass Rose Universe Space Landscapes, as we're going to call them. That was really nifty. Everybody check out that link to Blade shared. Now, Ryan, if you want to share something in the chat, please go ahead. So yeah, Ryan, unfortunately, the the credit system is gone, right? The survey thing is gone, which is really a bummer because I was kind of counting on that, not so much for everything, but it was mostly the Starship pieces because, well, we generate one or two of those. Let's put it that way. This is just a combo of the sky blue and the a little bit of the sky blue and that yeah, we're using the floral green, and it's not the Williamsburg floral green. It's the regular stuff. It's the Marion Street Paul Rubin, Marion Street Fluorescent. So yeah, Blades, we did do the fromage. We did have some fromage. And Blades, I don't know if you saw this. Well, let me get rid of that. It's another one of the supports that got stuck in the primer again. 1 second here. Let me see if we can't get rid of that. There we go. So here is a fun little animation there of the Cyber Wapples doing their thing. Like there's Cad, Jeero, getting up to mischief and such. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Ryan just shared. Of course, Alt Facts, if you want to share some stuffs there, please go ahead. Yeah, this might all change here too. This stuff is subject to change. Starting to do a little bit more of the light stuff here. I do actually have cadmium red out on the palette. Yes, there is cadmium red on the palette. Because CAD, of course, there has to be some cadmium red on CAD. That's the rule, right? Lantras, that is the rule established long ago. See this up here? That's the original. Oh, where is he? He's hanging around here somewhere. Oh, there he is. Yep. There's the original one. There's the original one from long ago. So again, everybody please check out the links that Blades posted, the links that Ryan posted. Little more there. Oh yeah, now back to our Spellbrush figure here. Little more light there. Like you do. And then over here. That doesn't go up there. We're going to try and, again, like always, squeeze in as many light sources as we can because, you know, it's whether it's regular Wappellious or Cyber Wappellious, the rule is maximum number of light sources. You know what? We'll have that be glowy too. Fine. Then that means we're going to retreat here to this again. 1 second. If we're doing that, I might even chuck me in a little bit of the phthalo green. Let's do that. Trying to use mostly alkyds here because I was hoping for this to, well, first of all, be dry as quick as possible, but even just be set a little bit quicker too. We just kind of need this to be ready to rock and roll a little bit sooner. Fine. Well, that's CAD that keeps bumping into my arm there. So instead of little paint jars like we've done on previous spell brushes, these are like little containers of light, so to speak. We're gonna call it that. Get some of the stuff out of here. Now, thanks, Old Facts. It's I mean, you could use the Paul Rubens floral green for this too. It's not like you have to use this, but it's again, it's gonna dry a whole lot faster, but it's also gonna set faster, and that's kind of important. That's almost more important, actually. Let me get some more of this in here. And this is where our source lady stuff is gonna come from, these areas here. This too. Something like that. Give me a little bit of my fluorescent green. I think it's, I would have to say, actually, you know, I was about to say, well, I don't know about the Williamsburg fluorescence. I don't have the Williamsburg. I got the Marion Street. The Marion Street, well, plus my own, right? Old Facts. I got the Marion Street, my own, and the Paul Rubens. And they call, for some reason, they call those the opera colors, right? Old Facts. It's so weird. I still don't know why the heck they do that. No, I don't have the Williamsburg fluorescence. I was just about to say that the Marion Street is a cooler one than the Paul Rubens, but I'm not so sure. I'm looking at it here. It might actually be warmer. I'm thinking the Marion Street Fluorescent might actually be a warmer color than I was not expecting that, really. Gotta say. That was not how I thought that was gonna roll. Okay, I think we meant that. So now let's get to Cyber Cat over here, super quick, super quick, and then we're gonna have to get some of our red onto him. Then we'll do a bit of a Perling Crimson Glaze type of deal here. Yeah, Altfax, that brilliant yellow pale, I kind of, I do miss that. I do miss the brilliant yellow pale for sure. Now again, there is some cadmium red here. There's a teensy bit of cadmium red. And I like this being with the kind of a brassy type color, so we're going to also kind of carry that forward a little bit. And again, you can see Cat off there too. And again, here's a little animation with Cyber Cad walking around with Jeero and such. Hey there, Camda, how you doing? Camda, if you want to share some stuff in the chat, like always, please go ahead. So great to see you there, Camda. Again, this will get stuck on. I don't want to do too much with the detail stuff on him here because, well, I'm just going to wipe that off with my hands. I mean, it's just going to get nuked anyway, so why bother with something, super elaborate whatevs. Now, I'm going to try to use here, we got our yellow here. This is one of the Paul Rubens yellows, though. So, Camden, again, you want to post some stuff in the chat? Please go ahead, do that. And nice to see you there, Oogla. Happy Friday, and thanks for the birthday wishes there, Oogla. Appreciate that. I hope that your Friday was super fabulous. Hopefully you got fun stuff. Hopefully everybody's got fun stuff planned for Saturday, for Sunday, for whatevs. I'm gonna do this. This was working with our landscape business. I add a little bit of white, but then the Indian yellow, which almost creates like a brilliant yellow pale. And that worked really well with our Spacescape yesterday. That worked really well for keeping that from getting too, what'd you say, a little too pinkish there. So again, we're just going to do a little bit of this, and then we'll hit this with our Perling Crimson. Darken all this down. All right, let me just get rid of some of this paint here. And again, we're going to set up some of the other source lighting right on our Cyber Wappellious. Oh, I can actually move this out of the way. All right, let's get some of our Perling Crimson on here. Yeah, we'll kind of keep it with the smaller brush here. Just start working that in here into the crevices. Mostly just kind of pin line washy, like you would expect. So again, I hope that the Williamsburg florals have been good. Actually, I don't think you got the blue one. I forget. Someone did say what different ones they've got. Again, and no matter who makes them, the green, the orange, the yellow, the magenta, the blue, they all work differently. The blue and the violet ones are going to be kind of, I don't know if you say the least effective, but they kind of do the least. The orange and the green are real easy to see, right, Clinton Arts? Thank you so much, Clinton Arts. Appreciate that. So, Clinton, if you wanted to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead. That is 50 months worth of sub in there, so appreciate that, Clinton. And again, if you want to share something in the chat, please feel like you can do that. Yeah, we're kind of hitting this, right, with our Perline crimp zone. There'll be some other areas where we probably go even a touch darker, maybe add some Painsy gray to this, or maybe some of the ombre. Oh, no, I think we would actually be Van Dyke Brown, because we actually got our Van Dyke Brown out here now. Appreciate that, Clinton. Appreciate that. And again, we've got, we're trying to complete our new Cyber Wappel. Well, we actually do have a Cyber Wappellious. This is the new version. That's the new one right there. The other one with the goggles and stuff, I mean, it was fun, but I wanted one that had more just a regular face on it there. Clinton, I don't know if you've seen some of the Starship stuff, but that's been super fun. Absolutely enjoying all of the Starship stuff with the Siri Republic, and well, hopefully Monday we can do our stream and we get going on the Terraforce ships. I've been itching to paint those, and again, I've got some test ones printed up. They're not actually the final ships that would really comprise the fleet. They were just kind of done as a little bit of a test sizing. That's really what they're there for, is just for size, and based on that, then I'm gonna make my my other, like, the main actual files based on their size. Little bit more of you right there. So now what we're going to do is we got to wait, almost forgot. Almost forgot. You know what? We probably should do a little hint of this over here. Okay, now what we're gonna, so you can see there's already some light there. Now let's start doing some stuffs over here. Maybe we'll start with our red down here, like a so. Nah, let me oh, there's straight up cadmium red right there. There you go. There's straight up cadmium red. We got ourselves some magenta. We'll go there. Nice to see you there, Nurgle Matthew. Appreciate you being here, Nurgle Matthew. As always. And again, happy Friday, all that good stuff. Let me do this. Where are we at here? Okay, that's going to be blue up there then. Let me take some of our green here. That will just go there. I think there's got to be a corrupted version of everything there, Erda Michael. Because maybe it's actually Spellbrush that's doing the corrupting and not Mordred. Who knows? That could happen. All right, now this is not so much of a. Here, we're just gonna get some skinny tones in there. Also over here. Nothing too crazy. A little something there. Now we shall try to lighten that. Maybe even a little bit of the Naples yellow in there too. Now we're going to use it kind of like a micro filbert there. Actually, one of the other scenes I created was basically a dragon forge, which of course Cad is very excited about. He's super excited about the dragon forge. I think I sent you some of those pictures. I think I sent you some there too, right, Ryan? Yes, I sent you those. I think I might have sent them to you there as well, Camda. Where's my... There it is. There it is. Alright, let's try that. That's got a little too much thinner. We're going to try to back away from some of that thinner. Now that's going to actually get a little teensy bit of color here. I just hit it with the spray cans like I've been doing. And again, not spray paint, it's actually acrylic paint. It just happens to be in a can. So it is genuine acrylic paint. It is not it's not like your typical spray cans like somebody that wants to do graffiti or something like that. It is not like those. It is just all it is Liquitex paint. It just happens to be in a can form and under pressure. Talk about contents under pressure there, Camda. Yeah. That is what you call the proverbial contents under pressure. Now we've got the white, we got the pansy gray here. We're gonna start to get something a little lighter, and then we're gonna do the darker glazy stuff here as well. Yeah, Cad and Jeero, of course, Artemico, probably going to get up to a significant amount of mischief. One might even say an inordinate amount of mischief, because that's what they do. Somewhere we got Bobo here. There he is. He's looking for cookies. He's always on the lookout for cookies. Because again, that's what Bobo does. That is definitely what Bobo does. I think we can still roll with something a little lighter here. Yeah. Now there's a whole bunch of little details on top of the crown there, which I kept forgetting were there, and as I was trying to remove the supports, I kept breaking those off. Well, the first ones broke off immediately when I was just trying to remove them from the build plate. And for whatever, it's kind of like when you're chopping down a tree or something and it goes in the wrong direction, like you're not expecting it to go. Yeah, that thing just rolled away. Oh, and it broke at least 3 of them. It was not supposed to go in that direction at all. And then as I was trying to wash it and take off the supports, I took out at least 2 more. So if you're wondering why there's only a few of those, that's why there's only a few. More dry, brushy stuff there. More along here. And then we're gonna be nuking all of this with some glazy stuff. I might even actually use one of my little containers here, because we might be using a decent amount of, it's going to be mostly, again, the Payne's Gray / Indigo. Some more of that down here. Okay. Maybe, here, let me get some of this paint onto here. I think I've got another one of these smaller ones here. Well, I'll just use... we'll just use this guy. So here we're going to take this, we're going to take this. Indian yellow, some of our white there. And I believe, yeah, did we go yellow? We went yellow, then red. Okay. We're going to reverse this a little bit then. There's our yellow. There's our yellow there. I'm just going to chuck a little bit of this here. When we hit it with all of our glazy stuff, that will significantly take that down. Let's do that. So again, yeah, all these extra little things on top. Every single one of these had one. They all printed, but again, three or four of them just got chalked right away just when it rolled away from me. And then all the rest just kind of got destroyed from there, sadly. A little bit of light there for just for now. Whatever. And then maybe up here. That is going to be our blue. And then I'm just going to grab me my phthalo green here. Okay, I just wanted to mark that super quick. So let me just grab that. Hey, at least I got my bottle of thinner this time. That's always handy. Now we will go with the pansy gray here. Maybe some of our coal black here. Maybe more thinner there. And look at this, the most exciting part of every stream. We mix the thinner and the paint together. This is riveting stuff. We should just have a 47-hour stream of just this and nothing else. Why 47 instead of 48? That is to be determined. We don't know why. But yeah, maybe just hours and hours of just that. Just what we're doing here and nothing else. Because, again, that is riveting stuff. You don't get this on every stream now. Yeah, that's for sure. Alright, I need me something to stick this on here. Oh, so that is... I'm thinking that was Sculpey. That was our blue tack all the time. Well, it's more like gray tack now. Alrighty. Now we're going to do this. Boom. It's going to happen quick. It will happen very quickly here. There we are. Do your thing. Do your stuff. Get in there. Get in there. Be dark. Do dark stuff. Hey there, Pura Vida. How you doing? Great to see you there, Pura Vida. Again, this is what we painted last night on stream. That is the first of our Compass Rose universe. We're just going to call them space landscapes. Space landscapes. That is what we're going to call them. There's many, many, many more. Many more to follow. Well, look at this. Talk about pin line wash consistency. I think so. I think you could call that pin line wash consistency. Bam. Like you do. Well, also, it's also going to, if we do this kind of stuff, it's going to mix with, right, some of the lighter dry brush stuff that we got sitting there. So Pura Vida, hope that you do it really well. And again, hopefully this Monday we get to paint the first of our TerraForce ships. we're not really technically done painting all the Seri Republic ships. I just want to kind of get at least a start on the next fleet. Now here, you can see we're letting that kind of mix a little bit. You see, I'm not grabbing any new stuff. I'm just pulling this, and what that's doing, you can see that's kind of a lighter gray there that is mixing with the lighter, dry, brushy stuff, which is what we want to see. Over here, that's going to be a different. We're going to try and probably use more of like a phthalo green mix with some of our blue and some of these other areas. Next place going to use this is down here on the base, just to try and get some super dark stuff happening in here too. Whatevs. Again, that's going to mix if we don't grab new stuff. That is going to mix with the lighter dry brush that we've got there. What I believe we'll do is to let this stuff set, we'll jump back over to our Cyber CAD and do some. We got that. Well, we're gonna do a little. You'll see a little bit of a preview then of that darker kind of phthalo green, Prussian blue, glazy thing we'll do there. And that's about it. That's all we can do with this. Yeah, everything else got to be more like the phthalo green type stuff. All right, okay, so we leave. I can do the Prussian blue because I got that up here. Not quite as dark as what we're doing on the cloak there. Alright, now we will leave you for a spell here. See what I did there? Yep, I do words. I do words for a reason. Okay, let me get this phthalo green like we were talking about. The Prussian blue. Well, maybe not that much Prussian blue. Maybe also a slightly thinner. Yeah. Just throwing that out there. Might even throw this out there, Velfair. How you doing? So hopefully this earlier start doesn't throw you off too much, Velfair, because you're trying to condition yourself for the later starts, and then all of a sudden, there's one that's super early. Hopefully it's not messing up things too much. Actually, Velfair, I did go to the store super quick, and they have this little bakery section, and now it's been long enough. It's been almost a week, and there's still empty shelves there. There's still stuff they have not replaced, but I mean it's the bakery. They always make that day. So they've had like basically a week to get the bakery back up and running. So I got myself, it was 2 pieces of chocolate cake. I'll send you the picture, Velf. I thought I sent you the picture. But I'll send you the picture of Bobo, because he tried to eat most of it because he's Bobo. You think that he's only interested in cookies, but he'll eat cake too, especially if it's a cookie cake. Those are his favorite. And yes, there was fromage. There was fromage blades. Fromage is not just for birthdays, right? Fromage is for every day. Every day is a fromage day. Okay. So you can see we kind of knocked this down a wee smidge here. Now that's what we'll be doing over here. And you can see that's nowhere near as shiny, especially this over here where we first started. It's nowhere near as shiny as it was. Nowhere near as shiny. So Pura Vida, again, I don't know if you've been seeing some of the I know you've seen a few of the series ships. And I think, actually now Pura Vida, did you get to see the corrupted version of Nimue that we did? It's really fun getting to do those. So yeah, and there was two pieces. There was two pieces in there, which means I got me some for tomorrow. That's kind of why I got that. Well, I could have got an entire cake, and then I would have had a piece. Well, maybe a piece for tomorrow, but I would have had way more pieces than if I had gotten one of those entire cakes. But I entertained the thought. Let's put it that way. Yes, indeed. It is confirmed. It is confirmed. It is confirmed that Alfred's wife says the cake is for every day, all day, every day. It's got healthy stuff in there. There's like eggs and stuff in there. That's healthy. Now, on the more serious side, this is a cuisine channel after all. That asparagus stuff that I have after the stream, I did a little bit of a dive into just the nutritional value of, well, let's just say what I made after the stream. What I had after the stream is like, I don't know, something like a day and a half's worth of vitamin K and folates. And I never heard of vitamin K before, but that actually is a like a really crucial vitamin, and that's not an easy one to get. There's not a whole lot of foods that have it to begin with, and asparagus is chock full of it. And by chock full, I mean it's like loaded with the stuff. Also potassium, also uh, again the folates. And what I had the now, of course, obviously, if you're doing some kind of butter with it or olive oil, there's calories there. But just that by it's only like 30 to 40 calories, and you're getting like a day's worth of several nutrients. Actually, I had those today earlier too, Valfair, because just in case I went to the store and I got me some carrots and some shrooms, and then we just kind of sautéed those up, and that was actually also for supper. So I get we should be. Well, there was no sleep, so we're hoping that between the vitamin K and all the stuff and the in the carrots and everything else, that will maintain us here at least through this stream, right? Recoil. So recoil. I think I sent you this, right? I'm pretty sure I sent you that. I'm going to try and animate all the other ones too, recoil. It's a little bit difficult because again, it keeps wanting to turn Jeero into a bunny. I'm not kidding. Keeps trying to turn Jeero into a bunny. And actually, and of course, recoil. That sounds really fun. Yeah, that stuff sounds really really fun. So yeah, beta carotene is carrots. Again, this is vitamin K and potassium. Oh, lots of iron too. Lots of iron. Let me see. The cake was hours ago, Velfair. I want to say at least 2 hours ago. Maybe more. Maybe almost as well now that it's 10:41. Yeah, it might have been like 2.5, 3 hours ago. All we got is our anti-snooze medicine. Yeah, that's all we got for sleep streaming or sleep streaming prevention. Let's do this. So I've got some test prints going. I figure it's almost along the lines of the Cyber Cathy kind of thing, but it's somebody that actually when they were we've known him since they were 3, and they actually sewed a cat. Well, it's kind of for me too, but she sewed a an ugly doll for us years ago when she was, I don't know, 10 or 11 or something like that. One of the first things she ever sewed. I think it was named Fuffy. Yes, it was named Fuffy, and it was again a homemade ugly doll. We'll have to do a cyber. We have to do a cyber Fuffy for it then. All right, where are we at? There we are. Get some of that down there. Okay, so now we've kind of toned down all of our, and see that already kind of looks more glowy, right? Just by virtue of doing that. Now, Artemichael, you already shared your stuff, right? Artemichael, if you haven't had a chance to share stuff in the chat, you know the deal. Please go ahead, do that. Sorry if I forgot to mention that. My apologies. I thought I did. Actually, you probably already did post it there. Then I'm just spacing. Huge surprise. Again, there is actual cadmium red out here. There is genuine cadmium red on the palette. So there's unfortunately with the new overlays, there's no place for those kind of banners and stuff. Sadly, I'm just going to use the orange here. Yeah, we'll just chuck the orange in there for now. We'll just do that. Okay, we're only 41 minutes in. And at a certain point here, it's not too far. Now, I might do a little bit of sanding here on this, right, when we go to attach our cat. And he's just going to go right in there. I just thought it'd be easier for you to see some of the stuffs there if we had that separate. Now, with all this other stuff going on, now we can rotate back around to the face, because that is now, that's had a chance to set for a bit. Landdraft for bigger things like this, if I know it's going to be, what would you say, one of these larger things, what I'll do is when I designed the new whatchamacallits there, the new overlays, we'll try to have this type of format here. But yeah, Landdraft, those really did turn out fantastic. Yeah, you should be super happy. Everybody check out what Art Michael just posted. Yeah, sorry about that, Art Michael. I thought I already asked you to share stuff there. Come on. Little lighter there. Oh, I guess... Boy, I keep forgetting about that sound there, Recoil. That's right, we were able to fix that. Thanks, Recoil. Appreciate that. I mean, it really does, Landra, it kind of actually does fit in there. Now, it wouldn't be any... I mean, you... mostly this stuff would be cut off. I can't make it any... Oh, no, I can zoom in. Let me see something here. Actually, that's... Well, maybe I should. I'm doing the face. Well, thanks, Landrast. I just realized, wait a minute. I can zoom in because I'm working on the face. So appreciate that, Recoil. And again, Recoil, that all should be super, super exciting. I guess the nice thing, Recoil, is that it's, what would you say, it's not like it has to happen yesterday. So you can kind of, what would you say, do a lot of planning and really, really get the, what would you say, things set in place. It gives you also, well, it also gives you the flexibility. If something else, even kind of a better thing emerges, you can kind of pivot to that now. Now over here, nope, that's still too much shiny down there. Let's leave that be. We will leave that alone. We are going to get some lighter stuff on the fingers here. We should do that. And again, that's the mechanical, and we're going to do some lighter stuff there too. because I want that to, and also this gauntlet type thing over here. Now we should maybe get some of our red there. So we are going to have a little bit, I mean, it's all about the object source lighting, right? It's all about that source lighting. It's a Wappellious figure, right? Pura Vida. We are legally contracted to have object source lighting. Now, sometimes, right, recoil, sometimes the train needs a trestle, sometimes the train needs a tunnel. Gives you a little bit of time to build the trestle and dig the tunnel. All right. Starting to get the ball rolling here. Starting to get the old ball rolling. Actually, Camden, I'm gonna try to make the first Buck Polaris CD, like the first physical CD. I'm gonna try and print that up tonight after the stream. We'll see if we can make that happen. Let me do this. And a little bit of the orange, a little bit of the yellow. Now this is going to be the red here. That is going to be the red. Where's our red over here? Fine. Where's our magenta? Nope, that ain't magenta, that's violet. There is magenta. That's a blue. Let me chuck a little bit of our Lightor red over here. And again, this is straight up cadmium red. If you remember the yeah, look at the opacity of this. And weren't we talking about this in the last stream there, Camden? The difference of the opacity here of the cadmium colors. And if you check out again, that was one of my latest videos on the Patreon page. Now, unfortunately, I ended up just canceling the order for that molding compound because there's just no way that's showing up. So I canceled that order, which means I'm just going to have to find some of it around here. Again, I ordered it. It said, oh, it's coming. I even got the out for delivery notification. Then it's like, no, it's not coming. Yeah, you're not going to get it. I'm like, well, then why did you say it was out for delivery? That's happened multiple times. I don't know if it's happened to anybody else, but that's happened to me multiple times now. It's like, pick a lane, stay in the lane. Now we're trying to get ourselves a little teensy bit, that red. There, you know what, a little teensy bit of it over there. All right. Not tons of it, just a little suggestion there. Again, it's a Spellbrush fig. It's gotta have lots of source light, right, Pura Vida? And that definitely looks a little bit more like that. Now we didn't do it as light as our Cathy one here. Again, it's gonna be a little bit. It is the same base though. Oh, and by the way, I did make the base. I did make the base. Let me know. Actually, recoiled to remember that guy. We went and found his videos. The guy that essentially he takes those rubber mats and turns them into terrain, like for rivers and stuff, and he uses all the different caulks and everything. I was starting to wonder, recoil, if that kind of paint stuff would also work well on that type of a project. I think you see where I'm going with that. So if that stuff works, that vinyl stuff, I think it would also work for doing doing those matte type pieces of terrain. I'm going to say this is green. Where's my other green? There we go. All right, we're starting to work through this here. Again, I might move our Cyber Cathy figure here real quick. Like, let me just do this. I think it's easy if we just put it there. Gotta have that source light, right? Pure Vita. Got to have that source light. Also, take you. Oh yeah, this is an actual regular Van Dyke Brown, by the way. This is here genuine Van Dyke Brown. Thank you so much, Pure Vita. Could definitely use me a little bit of stay awake sauce there. A little bit of stay awake sauce. I think we's definitely going to refresh that when we get to, I don't know, some other point in the stream that's not now. We are definitely going to refresh that. But thanks, Pura Vida. Appreciate that. We definitely need some of our darker stuff here. As we welcome in Lion. How you doing there, Lion Creative? Hopefully you and Mrs. Lion all doing well. And there is now a doctor in the house. So if there's something that ails you, you got a doctor in the house. You also have fallen freely. Which means you have to follow the Lion Creative. You also have to follow Dr. Rhino, and you have to follow Falling Freely, because follows are free. Right, Falling Freely? So, Kiradine, how you doing? Again, thank you very much for the raids. Yes, indeed, this is another Wappellious Spellbrush figure here. And we have not forgotten, there's his little buddy Cad. And yes, we are using genuine cadmium red on Cad. And also on our Wappellious Spellbrush, we'll be doing some freehands on him. The previous version, this is one we did a couple of months ago for our stream anniversary. So there's the previous Wappellious Spellbrush right there, and of course it goes along. We just were showing our Cyber Cathy here. So there's Cyber Cathy and Jeero. Again, joining our Wapple family here. Look at this. Hey, Mama Lion, nice to see ya. Nice to see ya. So there they are. Look at that. Meet the Cyber Wapples there. Coming to a dungeon near you, apparently. Look at that. There's Jeero. There's Cad. Everybody having fun. Where's our thing from last night? So this is what we painted last night on stream. This is the first of our Cyber Republic space landscapes there. I think it was a week ago we painted this here. Speaking of source lighting, looky here. There's one of our corrupted characters. Where's regular Nimue here? Let's get regular Nimue out here. So that was, it's really fun now getting to the corrupted versions of our Cyberthurian characters. And of course, Falling Freely, Lion Creative, and of course, Dr. Reiner, you guys want to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead. Also, too, looky here, we've been, speaking of the Cyber Republic, we've been painting some of our ships here. This one was especially fun because we were painting one of these, oh, it was Monday, yeah. So this little guy here, this Skyclaw Transport, is right here. That's one of these. So there's 6 of these on the main transport ship there. So these they're kind of like drop ships. Think of them that way. Kind of like drop ships. Thank you so much, Nitro. Appreciate that. Mama Lion, if you want to share some stuff too, and again, of course, everybody, please, please, if you want to share some stuff, go ahead and do that. We're going to try and get some more of our lighter Source Lady stuff here. Before we stick... You know what? Let me do this. Let's do this. Let's do some stuff on Cad. Now that I'm thinking about it here, we should do that here. Let me get a little bit of this for his eyes. Like we do. There you go. Maybe a little more light over here too on his scales. And of course, again, we've got multiple versions now of CyberCAD. And again, Cyber Jeero. It's super fun to see Cyber Jeero there. That is hilarious. And again, thank you so much for the raids. Appreciate that. We're working with the oil paints. Working with the oil paints like we always do. More oil paints, more betters. So Lion, hopefully everything's been going well. Now, flowing freely. Do you is there a big project that you got going on? I saw you painting. That was a really fun looking figure, freely, that you had going on. I got it. I very, very briefly had a chance to see what you were painting there. I was trying to see who all was painting right before the stream. Now, of course, Dr. Rhino, I don't know if you got any tournaments or anything like that that you're also prepping for there. Or just a contest or something like that. Now we're going to see, this is the magic of the oils. We're just going to chop that on there. Take this guy, and then we're just going to smoosh that around. We're just going to smoosh that stuff around there. Same over here, same deal. Just smoosh that around. And we can make his eyes lighter than that also. Oh yeah, we better get this stuff a little later here. Okay, this is the zone here that's closest to where the source light is. So we're going to try and get that a touch later. Now we need some transition stuff here. Let me get another one of these guys. Let's start grabbing some darker stuff here too. Yeah, that was a really fun figure there. Now, freely, I know you were just streaming, so it's not like you got pictures of that. But if you got any work in progress images there, freely, please go ahead and post that. Ooh, actually, speaking of our 2D stuff, this has been fun. We did these on 3 successive Thursdays. So there's our Cyber Camelot by Sunrise, by Sunset, and by Moonlight. Now this is especially fun here. Let's do a little quick film noir, a gratuitous film noir. And we're going to hold it like this. And this is super fun when we do this. Check this out. I mean, outside of, okay, maybe those clouds are a little bit darker. It's basically, it's the same. It is literally the same when you remove all the fancy schmancy colors there. Now we'll bring it back. I mean, instantly, right? They separate, and then they only separate more as we do more of that. So yeah, these two look almost virtually the same in black and white. That is why contrast is more than just light versus dark. Yes, indeed, more than just light versus dark. And that's something that you can do. You take your phone, right? You kill all the saturation and such. See you later there, Pura Vida. Thanks again for being here. And thanks for the bitses too, Pura Vida. Appreciate that. And again, actually, Pura Vida, if you want to see more of the Cyber stuff and more of the Compass Rose stuff, I can always kind of shoot you some stuff on Instas or Facebook or whatever. But again, the Cyber board game, that has been progressing well. Actually, I was painting more of the game pieces. I was painting more of the tiles, more of the counters. See you later there, Freely. Let's do more of this. Right there, and yep, more dark there. More dark over here. also there. We're using the Puro. Now, we're using Puro Orange. We also, again, got the Perling Crimson out here.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much for the follow there, Kringer TV. So, boy, Smaug, you look a little bit smaller than the last time I saw you. It's like, not Smaug. I think you got the wrong universe again. So maybe they're right. Maybe I should just give up on that pipeweed stuff. What is going to happen on our big Gandalf 6 here for Kringer TV? Let's try this here. Well, looky there. We haven't had one of these in a while, but we got one for Kringer TV. Thank you so much for the follow. Remember, Cam, that we got one already. Remember, I printed out one that is, oh gosh, I think it's bigger than 6 inches there. I think it's about maybe 8 inches tall or so. Let me do this. Again, that's mixing some of the Van Dyke brown and our red together. I've got most of the stuff ripped off of it there, all of the supports and everything. Let's do some more of this. Let's get some more of this darker red over here. Let's do some of the, I don't have to do too much of the red over there. Alright, so we've got our darker stuff. Let's start to do some here. I wanted to get some of this brown, so we're going to take, here, okay, that's essentially Mars Yellow Deep, except it's just the, that's going to be the Paul Rubens version of that. Gonna snag me some of this, it's a little too much of the, there we go. That was going to be too light. Let me lighten the top of this here. What the heck is that piece of foot? There's a piece of fuzz on there. I'm like, what the heck is going on there? This here. And again, all of our Starship stuff. That comes from stuff from long ago, from literally 30 years ago. Same thing with all of our Cyber stuff. All of that is from stuff that, from paintings. All of the miniatures, all the ships, everything is from artwork from 30 years ago. So it's really cool to see that all given new life again. I mean, it literally just kind of sat there. It was in a closet, in a portfolio, in a closet. And now it's scary because some of these things, they're just literally the painting just staring back at me. Where's my one? Yeah, like this right here. This is a tutorial series. That is just the painting. It's like if it just walked off the surface and became 3D, that is the painting right there. So that's been super fun, is getting a chance to take, well, paintings and turning them into 3D. Now this is cadmium red. This is not the pure orange. This here's cadmium red. Genuine, actual cadmium red. And I'm hoping that by virtue of mixing it with a whole bunch of the alkyds there. That's going to reduce that. It's a whole combination of different things there, Judge Dredd. Now, the more mechanical operations, those happen in not Procreate. That happens in Blender. That happens in Blender. Now, the more organic type stuff, just was able to get a fun new software. So that's it's called Nomad Sculpt. Now, it's for the iPad. Nifty thing is, it's only $20. It is a one-time $20 fee. And the best thing is, it's very mobile because, well, it's on an iPad. Which now again, I have the Cintiq for Blender and all that. Again, that's the kind of thing for more mechanical operations. So things like all the starships. It's really good for building those. It is not good, as I found out the hard way, even with a Cintiq. It is not good for doing again stuff like these. Well, maybe CAD it could, but the organic stuff. I mean, it can do organic stuff. It's just it's too clumsy, too kludgy. The disadvantage of of course, this is the advantage, and it's like simultaneously advantage disadvantage on that Nomad Sculpt is that, well, you're working right on the screen, so it's got actually a little more intuitive than, say, the Cintiq, which is like literally your hand is off to the side. But with Nomad Sculpt, you are limited to the size of the iPad. So that's the one thing. It can get a little bit difficult to see where in the world you are. Like, okay, if you're going to try and do some of this, like right here, a little bit of this stuff on Cad's face or his chompers here, you are zoomed in on this so close, his entire face fills up the screen. Whereas if you're doing that with, say, Blender and the Cintiq, well, you got a large monitor most likely. So his whole face is not filling the screen, or part of his face filling up the whole screen. Yeah, Dread, it's again a multi-layered because I'm taking the artwork and effectively it's like having, what is that? A 3D scanner. There you go. A 3D scanner. So there's about 5 different levels to it there, Dread. Because you got to make orthographics. Well, first you got to take your original painting, drawing, sketch, whatever it is, and you've got to turn that into something that can then essentially be like an A-frame style pose. Then that has to be animated so you can actually pose it. So think of it like Poser, that software. I don't know if you remember that software. And then once it's posed the way you want it, then you have to do the orthographics. And then once you have the orthographics, then you can go to the mesh, and then you go to, well, depending on what it is, Blender and or Nomad. So yeah, definitely. Now, unfortunately, I think I've already filmed 2 Blender tutorials. Again, I'll be filming another one on Sunday. I don't think I'll be able to film one tonight after the stream. Maybe part of it I'll be able to film. You can see we're starting to fill out our reds here now on CAD. Now it's starting to get a little bit of the pure orange in there as well. That's hoping to lighten things. I don't want it to be too orangey, especially over here where we're hoping for a little bit also of a cooler red. Let's dig this all the way down into here. Indian yellow. Let's bring this over here. No, back to the cadmium red. Now we're just starting to get into some of our lighter stuff here for CAD. Figure while we got him separate here, we'll do this now. Some of it's gonna get chalked. Some parts of this are gonna get chalked, and when we remove him from this and try and get him stuck on the main base, but we're only 1 hour 10 minutes. Oh, we almost have Cinco Uno. Wow, actually, Camden, we're just a few seconds away from Cinco Uno. We've never done that either. Wow, we're just a little bit away from Cinco Uno. I just looked up there, Camden, and went, oh, well, look at that. Don't want that to be too late. Not too late, because the later this is, well, darker our main color is going to be. There we go. Now that's it. Well, it's the first time. See what we did there, Ken? It's the first time we got to do Cinco Uno. There's only one first time for Cinco Uno. Again, that means absolutely nothing. For some reason, whenever we see 5 numbers flash across the timestamp, we're just like, wow, look at that. There's no fabulous prizes. There's no fabulous anything. We just think it's fabulous anyway. Let me do this. Let me get some more of this in here. Let me try some more. Not too late up here. Not too late up there. That needs to be a cooler red. So that's less of the orange. Less of the orange. Actually, I'll just grab some of you. Again, this is nowhere near white. As light as some of this stuff looks on here, it is nowhere near white. And then we'll do a little bit more of our dark over there on the source light side of them. Let me do this, a little more light over here. Yep, ooh, let's get this. Fingers could be later. Doing that up here. So again, that's not red. We're trying to have a little something different. Little something different besides the red there. That should be a little later too. I don't think no, I never did get the light on his shoulder there. More of that right here. Yeah, we can get some of that now. But also to come back with some of my darker stuff here too. Separate some of these plates here on CAD. Well, we had a lighter thing there, just wiped it off with my finger. So let's see it again. We'll be coming back to our Cyber Wappellious too. We'll probably get back to his face there. just trying to let some of that have a chance to set. We're almost at that point here where it's kind of going to be one of those things where maybe we got to set him off to the side and again let that paint have a chance to set here. It's not going to dry. It just means we're giving it, think of it like green stuff. You're working with your green stuff and it reaches that point where it's not actually cured. You wouldn't really want to pick it up and do stuff with it, but it also has pretty much gotten past the stage where you can physically sculpt with it. That's kind of what we're talking about with letting the paint have a chance to set. So it's not completely dry or cured or anything like that. It's just to the point now where you can kind of get your next application of stuff over the top of it more easily. Red is just one of those colors that can be kind of on the jinky side when it comes to your, especially with the oil paints. Takes a little bit longer for it to set. So Camda, of course, yes, those so-called elder gods. And there's like we're 100,000 years old. It's like, well, get yourself some baby powder and some binkies or something like that, because that's not really elder right there. That's just it's not terribly elder to me. When you're older than the universe, it can get adventurous too. You know, it's Tuesday night or something like that. You're kind of bored. You say, let's make ourselves 3 or 4 universes just to see what happens. You sort of lose track of the first one. You don't know where you put it. The second one, you end up stepping on it, which is sort of like, it's a little bit like stepping on one of those Legos in your bare feet. That's no fun. I guess it's less fun for the people in that universe. Let me get a little bit more of this lighter stuff there before, again, we bounce on back to our Wappellious Spellbrush here. Let me do that. Not too much light in there, but some of that's we'll just go darker with some of that. Let me get a bit of light over here. All right. Then we're gonna leave him alone for a bit. Let's go back over here now. Let's get up to the back to the face here, because now I'll be able to actually set my hands on part of this. Now let me here's my lighter skin tone. Well, the problem is the posers, right, Valfair? The ones that say they're elder gods. Elder Schmelder, that's for sure. More of the, yeah, let me use some of this. Let me use this. It's got a little bit of our blue in there. A little more of this. Not too light on the edge of the cloak there. Maybe a little bit lighter. I'm going to fill up this a little more. Then we're going to get our iris and pupils in there. I'm just going to use this Payne's Gray here. You want them looking off in this direction. We need, try some of this under there too. Something a little lighter gray. Ooh, that worked. So really glad I wasn't doing more stuff then. That's why I'm trying to get to all of this first right here. Trying to get to all this first. Might even do the crown. Might even do the crown too while we're at it here. More light on the schnoz there. Cat. Oh yeah, I'm gonna make that a little lighter too. And maybe we'll leave the rest of them. We'll leave the rest of it. Let's get to the crown like we were talking about here. Oh, it's about a little bit of our... I think I'm zoomed. Yeah, I'm zoomed in as far as I can zoom in here. We'll get some gemstones on here too. Gemstones or diodes or both. It could be both. Actually, we still got some glaze stuff here. Where's the... Oh, here we go. It's like, I know I have makeup sponges around it because I cut some of these up in the last video. Alright, there we go. Alright. Well, yeah, there we go. So that's not using any like the Indian yellow or any of those warmer, intense yellows. This is that Naples yellow. Naples yellow. So it's kind of a more subdued yellow. I mean, it's still light, but doesn't quite. It's not super. We're kind of saving that for our source lighting. Also going to do more gemstone stuff over there too. I'm going to try and get something that's not quite just gray there. Terra Rosa? Where you at? There you are. Terra Rosa. Also, I'm thinking... no, let's not do the arm just yet. I will. Prussian blue. More Prussian blue. Just breaking this stuff down. Now I think it's broken down. And let's do all of these little guys here. Maybe you. One of these is blue over here too. Okay, that is, and I think this one's gonna be. More here. Let me grab the white here. Mixed it with our Prussian blue. More over here. And then we'll hit this another one more round, maybe even with the sky blue. Might even have to be lighter than that. Not really painting these up like gemstones necessarily. Oh, how's about here? I'm forgetting all about this. Yep. Let's get all this stuff a little bit of. There we are. Like, there's a little something missing up here. Oh, yeah, that's right. That would be all the blue. Where the blue is. Fine. Maybe I will grab a little bit of that sky blue. Get that mixed in here. Now to these. There we are. And then let's maybe also do another level later on the crown. There might have to go back with some of our, maybe some kind of mix of green. It's typically what we put on stuff like this too. Some of that blue in here. Fine, I'll go a little bit lighter up with that. More of our light mixed into this, but just as light as we can get this to go and still be anywhere near blue. More of our light there. Good to go. And now this is light. I'm gonna actually, yep, good thing I didn't start fooling around with this cloak yet, because guess what? I can stick my hand on there and then do this. Catch some of these edges here. And this can still be lighter, because it didn't have to be, not really looking for it to be blue. Also, it's this here's metal, of course. That should be more the. Yeah, we'll be coming back with some of our dark here too to kind of reinforce some of the lines and everything. We did that. We're going to be doing that on our Cyber CAD too. With the cloak, I can do a little bit more, just straight up dry brushy stuff on that. That won't be too late. I'm going to take that down. There you go. Knuckles here. A little later on that. Ooh, let's get this wrist here. Now, down here, I can put some lighter dry brush stuff because I don't really think I'm going to be sticking my finger on that too much. Over here, I'm going to take the Van Dyke Brown and some of these. So it's going to be kind of a warmer, almost kind of a grayish color here. Can't have everything just be bluish gray. I believe we gotta do some of that back here. Yeah. So it's a value thing. We're also gonna maybe put some. Yeah, we can put some of our rust on here too. We didn't really get to do too much of that on the Cyber Cathy because, well, there was so much source lighting there. There was, and a lot of it was basically yellow, so it would have disappeared into all the yellowish source lighting too. Okay, so you can see we're starting again a little bit of this warmer gray in here. And I might have to, again, sand some of that away, or at least take like one of the wood carving tools and very quickly take some of that away. Let me squeegee some of this paint out of here. Just taking a paper towel, and there's no cleaner or anything like that. Just squeegeeing some of the paint out of there. One more round of lighter stuff, and then we leave that be. Now I'm going to take this blue here and maybe some of that. Mix those together. What do we got? This again for some of our lighter metal stuff over here. There we go. Get a little bit lighter stuff in there, and maybe even a little bit over here. So we're going to have some kind of gold trimish type stuff on that as well. You can see here, there's still, see that's mixing with the darker stuff on the brush there. Oh, that's definitely darker. For as dry as all this seems to be, it is not dry at all. Look at that, see? I just grabbed some of the glaze stuff, and now it becomes even more of a wet into wet situation there. I'm just going to hit that. Get the last of that kind of cleaned up. Okay, alright. Do we want to... No, I don't think we're going to stick our... Nope, it's not quite time yet for Cyber CAD. Because I'm going to get some of my later stuff down in here. Let's do that real quick before we forget about it. Let's get then. I mean, it's just sitting right over here. Same stuff we were using before. That's some of our phthalos, some of the white, and a little bit of the fluorescent green. And again, instead of the Paul Rubens fluorescent green, using Marion Street this time. It was just easier. Let me hit this part of his shoe a little bit more here, or boots. Now some of the armor up here. Man, I don't want it to be incredibly light. Just again, like an indication of it is all. Let's take that away. I let it head when it was dry. That one actually had some thinner on it. It's like, whoa, okay, that wasn't supposed to happen. Well, we'll try that again. Yeah, all right, there we go. It's like, wait a second, what's going on there? Okay, maybe we'll throw a little hint here of the. Actually, that's more of a little screen right there too. This is. Oh yeah. Here, let me. Almost forgot about this. It's basically inverted. This was on the other side, and this was over here when I was doing the Cathy one. And again, that stream is up on the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. So if you want to check that out, it is there. I believe that was our May 13th stream. I'm actually going to zoom out a little bit, and that'll be easier to kind of keep track and see what we're doing here. Now, well, Velfair, we do have a significant amount of alkyds here, and if you remember, what was that? Not the dark storage. Oh, the Nimue. Oh, and what was the? Oh yeah, the bas relief of Arachne. Even with the cadmiums and all the other stuff, the slow drying stuff. I even used brilliant yellow pale, but because I still used that one alkyd, it actually did dry faster. Well, faster than it would have without it, that's for sure. I got this phthalo green, I got some of that. Some of that Prussian blue. A little bit there. There we are. Okay. This might be a case. Let me do this. Green with our indigo. So it's indigo green. We got ourselves some darker shadow things happening. Oh, so too. Let me get rid of that. It's like that doesn't go there. All right, and some of that over back in here. That's almost a little bit glazy right there. Just easier to get back there. And once we got our Cyber CAD standing in front of that, you're just not going to see any of that. That's going to be pretty much correct. Actually, I should do all this stuff here before we stick. Boy, this is going to be one of the. I can't remember the last time we had to sort of separate parts of our figures like this. Well, sometimes you just got to do things a little bit different. Gotta have the flexibility to take different approaches, do different things. I say it all the time. It depends on the subject at hand. I might do something a certain way 90+% of the time, and then along comes a situation. It's like, well, okay, this here is not in that 90-something percent. Got to be willing to change some things up, that's for sure. Let me get a little bit of my green in here, so I'm going to take this. Well, that sure looks like green. A little bit there. Yeah. There's a whole bunch of just regular old skin tone. Then we had to get some green. I might even lighten this up too. Let me maybe use this. Right in there. And now we're starting to get ourselves an eyebrow as well. There we go. I was like, oh yeah, a little bit of green there. And then remember we were talking about getting ourselves some green up here in the crown. We're going to do that now. I mean, by green, it's gray with the tiniest hints of green. That's what we mean by green. And nobody would pretty much look at that crown at all and say, well, look at all the green in there. Yeah, nobody would do that. Taking this, we got a whole smorgasbord of stuff mixed together. I couldn't even tell you what all that is. There's just a whole bunch of stuff getting all mixed together. There was some Naples yellow, there was some white, there's some of the green. Whatever was on the brush, there's some Terra Rosa sitting over here. It'll be interesting to see what happens here, Valfera, with the film noir. I mean, we got ourselves a decent amount of little colors on here. And we'll do it with CAD too. I'm guessing, of course, it usually what we end up seeing is all of the object source lighting disappears. It's almost like, will it keep happening? Will it happen on this one? Will it not happen on this one? Let's try it. So first, on our Spellbrush here, this is kind of the place where it really shows up. But then here, yeah, I mean, it's let's try it again. Let's bring back our color. Yep, sure enough, it's the color that's making that kick. And now, okay, here's CAD. Let's hold him like this. I mean, outside from that being a little bit lighter, does it really look like there's all that much object source lighting? Certainly not. Like it is now. We're finally at 50%. I mean, it just, we know that's coming, but it's kind of, I don't know. It's sort of like our, oh, is it almost time for, oh, I was going to say, is it almost time for Cinco Dos? Well, we're getting there. We're not that far away. We might only be, what, about a half-ish hour away from that. Wow, that's wild. I am, ooh, wow. That would have had too much thinner. Saw that just in time. Got rid of that excess thinner. Oof, that would have been way too much. Where are we we at with this here? I'll do this now. And again, that's not really going to be gold or anything like that. We need some of that up here. And now, like that. Let's do this here. Now it's supposed to kind of be like the proverbial dog under the table there. Valkyria, you know, kind of waiting for something to fall off of the table. There. A little bit of light here again. That's mostly Naples yellow. There's still actually a little bit of the Mars yellow deep in there too. So I can see that's starting to change this. This is all of a sudden changing. Okay. That might be a little too late. That's okay. I'll just come back with some glazy stuff. You know what? I'm gonna go back to this a little bit. Yeah, a little bit darker there. That there. And I'm gonna let me get the edges here of this cloak. Let me try this. Oh, that's the armor right there. First we'll hit the edge of that. Let me also do the edge of the cloak here. Up and over. Again, still not even 2 hours in. This is 1 hour 48 minutes. Yeah, working with the oils here, and you know, we're technically doing 2 miniatures here. I tried. I was trying to get some soft pretzels in there, right, Valfir, because that's Jeero's favorite thing is soft pretzels. Of course, we know that while Jeero would eat soft pretzels, he's like, yeah, I'm going with the cookies here. You got any cookies? It's like, I really, if I had cookies, I would have ate them already. It's like, well, that's not cool. Yeah, Cyber Wappellious is eating all the cookies by himself there. That's not going to make Bobo happy. You know what? Let me get a little bit of the lighter stuff on the end of both of these. Let's get a whole bunch of it to do here. Nowhere near latest latest version of this. That's for sure. Get a little bit more of our light in there too. I might actually still take something that's darker in some parts of these, knock this back down again, but I'm just going to roll with like what we got here for right now. Do I want to go with some light? Maybe we do. Or do we go? Let me let me try some a little bit darker here with Hurling Crimson. Just get a little separation in here first. Now let's try some lighter red here. Obviously, again, the those cookie cakes, right, Valfira? That is a favorite of Bobo. He loves those. So if you invite Bobo to your party and there's cake and it's one of those cookie cakes, he's going to eat all of it. Yes, and of course, Jeero has to. He can only eat things like soft pretzels. All that other crunchy stuff, we know that that hurts Jeero's teeth. So his sensitive chompers there. Gotta be careful about Jeero's sensitive chompers. Some of our lighter red there. Now over on this side. You know, I'm gonna go back to the darker stuff again. We will take this here, Perline Crimson. There. More of that here. Ooh. The better part of Valor would be to just kind of wait on this later, but I'm just going to do it anyways there. Whatever. Now let me try this. We'll probably come back with another little round of reds there too. He's nice. No, it's almost now Saturday. I just looked. It's 5 minutes to 5 minutes to Saturday for you and me there, Velfira. Now, as far as the Saturday stream goes, not quite sure what we're doing on that one. That is yet to be determined. My first thought was we got Celtic goddesses to do. I was thinking of our Arianrod because I've been wanting to get to that for quite some time. So that might be, maybe we'll do the bust version on the Saturday stream. So this is the Perling Crimson here, just getting some of our dark in there. Might as well just hit that pretty strong for right now. Then we'll just have to let that set too. Now over here, let's do some of our not Mars Black, otherwise known as Coal Black. That's the Paul Rubens stuff there. It will depend, Velfira. I have no idea. It's most likely not going to be an early one. Let's put it this way. I'm trying to avoid like a midnight start, that's for sure. So maybe 11 Z's or something there, Valfira. Maybe instead of like 11:45, maybe more like 11. Again, it's going to depend on a bunch of different things. Also, the fact too that we're gonna try at least to maybe get a little bit of some kind of sleep, hopefully, because there was none of that last night. Yeah, maybe 3-ish hours or so. And of course, wow, we're using some of the yeah, we're using some of the heavier duty wakey sauce too, not the sugar-free stuff. We went with the full-on monster. Yeah, not Monster Light. We went with the full-on monster. I'll shoot you some messages there, Valfir, if it's kind of looking like it will be, say, a 10:45, 11 Z's or something like that. I'll shoot you a message either way. Again, that's kind of where I would like to go, somewhere between the 10:45, 11-ish or so. That would be ideal. Of course, when do we get ideal, right, Velfira? Ideal is just an idea. It's not a fact, it's just an idea, right? No, that's too dark. Now I shall take. Where's my. Oh, there you are. It's cleverly disguised as being right in front of me, like literally right in front of my hand. Now we're just going to start breaking down some. This is not our fast mat weight. Not fast mat weight here. We're just going to start breaking this down. I'm going to try to get me some lights over here on the metals, like you do. Little shinier now. A little more contrasty, right? Because we got that nice bit of dirt. And see, look, I got to set my hand on there. So it was wise, of course, to not do a whole bunch of extra stuff on that cloak. Again, since I got to stick my hand on there. Like this. More, I'm going to let that be lighter, yeah. Believe it or not, even as light as this is, it is also not straight up white. It's light, but it ain't that light. We need our. Fine. I'm gonna do it up before I forget, cause I will. Since this here's metal, I'm gonna do a little bit of glinty fresh, minty green reflections there. What was the thing we had? It was on one of our ships. There's something. Valfir. There was something that I had to save for last because I literally just kept sticking my finger in that. Like over and over again. You could certainly tell whatever color it was we were trying to paint because my finger was that color perpetually for most of the stream. Now, under here, also gonna take some of my darker stuff down here, but let me hit this with some reflectivity here. Let's do that. Darker stuff. Darker there. Doing some of this here. More yeah. There's some more separation over here. Yeah, okay. Fingers. Like, I kind of stepped away from this part of it because I just wanted to make sure I got that green reflection stuff on the underside there. I might even use some of this down on the metal down towards the base there, so that I can maybe get some of the rust effects on there. Can you see what? Okay, for a second I was like, is this still centered? Because the downside about using the different uh, these different overlays is that the miniature lands in a different spot on each one. Sometimes, some of them very different spots. We try to sneak in panel lines wherever we can, right, Velfira? Even when it's not an Armada Monday, we try to sneak them in. But we snuck in some mixing. It's almost like it's a Battlestar Galactica stream there, Valfir. It's practically So Say We All time. Some of the light on that. That's just our regular ambient light. That's way too much ambient light. Let's get that out of the way. Now over here, let us do some stuff with these guys. Got a little something here that's light, and then like I said, I think we'll go with maybe some rusty stuff there. I mean, not like rusted Hulk type stuff, but a little weathering, whatever. Can't hurt. Too much good, but we don't want to do too much. Let me do this here. Drop this in like a so. More of that over here. Drop that along this way. And like I said, we'll hit some of this with some rusty stuff there too. That is going to give us a nice little contrast with the neutral grays. We don't really have a whole bunch of bluish grays. We're kind of keeping that up to, for the cloak there. Touch more of our lights there. Sure, fine. I'll lighten that up there. Why not? Now I'll go back to this. I mean, you can see, look at that. See, I've been wiping away that paint. That's why I'm not going to do anything there. If that's the case, it's like, nope, that would just be a waste of time there. You know, while I am thinking about it, I am going to take. Let me get that back over here. I'm going to take one of our. Again, one of our one happy choice brushes here that's all beat up. We are going to take our. And maybe some of the. We'll go with the Indian red, which is essentially like a Mars red. Let's use it in a little bit of the Van Dyke brown for a kind of a darker weathering type color here. This is sort of pin line washy too. So yeah, we don't want it to be like, you see, it's not like, we'll just say beat you over the head like I am rust. No, it's kind of like, well, it's got a little bit of weathering there. Not too much. And that's where, again, with the Van Dyke brown comboed with the Indian red. Good choice there. Yeah, it's this combination of the Cyber and the Ancient. And remember, all our Cyberthurians, all that stuff, they are not robots, they're not androids. They don't exist. They are not corporeal. They are just data. That's all they are. They are in cyberspace. They do not exist in real space. They have what looks like cybernetic bits and pieces on them. But again, not robots. And for some reason, my brain goes to Rock'em Sock'em Robots, which I don't think we ever had those, which is good. Given the catastrophic injuries we inflicted on Super Toe, I think it's a good thing we did not have also Rock'em Sock'em Robots. They probably would not have lasted all that much longer than Super Toe. Again, he retired early. That ill-advised 70-yard field goal attempt was that was kind of a career ender right there. Let me see. Let me see if I can throw a little touch of you under there. Okay. You know what? Yeah, no, I'm gonna take this and we'll put this over here. Oh, yeah, there we are. Yeah. Remember, I was saying I was gonna do something a little glazy over the top of this here. With something that was not our greenish color. Okay. Remember here, we're gonna do something darker. We've done that now. Do that over here. You know what? Probably should do that right here. Maybe a little more. Okay. Is nice. Good enough. Now over here, let me see what we can do maybe with some of our greens, since apparently I'm just going to have to keep sticking my hand on that over and over again. Now this will be a much warmer version of that green. So we're going to take our floral green. We got some of that yellow here. Might even snag a little bit of that white. Oh, let me try this. Let's see how that is going to work. Oh, yeah. Because now that separates from the blue. I was wondering just how we were going to do that. That is good. I might zoom in. Let me see if I can zoom in for you here while we're doing this. Oh, we're getting closer to Cinco Dos there, Valfira. Wow, that could be a twofer. We'd have our first Cinco Uno and our first Cinco Dos. Wow, look at that. I need to get this one bit right there. Might still have to come back with her. Probably with some of her phthalo green. Is what it is. Now, to this side. Doing the same thing. Bingo. It's a battle of light. It's like a cage match there, Valfera. It's a cage match for light. They're all trying to, again, to make the difference in them. Like over here with this green, that's got more of the yellowish green in there, so that stands apart from, right, this much cooler green. So you got a warmer green up here, a much cooler green down there. Well, that's gonna be reasonably light. Let me see what happens here with that. Oh, there we go. Don't want to get too light with some of that projected cast light there. Well, we'll be coming back with some of maybe our Indian yellow over there. Now, let me before we forget, there are magenta here. I'm gonna change that to more of a magenta here too, because we got our red up there. Now I will just, you know what? Maybe we'll just use this. I mean, that's essentially radiant magenta there, anyways. All right, let me march this over here. There's lights galore, lights everywhere. Come on. Over there. I think I'm going to zoom back out again, since I have to just kind of keep bouncing around back and forth between reviews. Also, it's going to have a little more thinner in it too, I think. And I believe, yeah, that's pretty much about all we can do with our magenta there. We're just going to have to wait before we do any more. Alright, enough of that. I'm going to try and get a little schmidgle of that on the face there. Maybe this side too. Set him aside. Let's get some of that darker stuff now on our Cyber Cat. I can zoom back in again though on Cat. Also gonna do some of that darker stuff for Cat. Perling, Crimson. Set this over here. Get some of our Van Dyke Brown. Again, that's the Williamsburg Van Dyke Brown. That's the charred animal bones Van Dyke Brown. Yeah, let's get really dark in here. More dark in here. Oh, that's the other thing I could do is get that really light green glow for cat in the eyes there. Let's do that too. Let's not forget that. Little more panel separation there with this dark. We gotta get to the fingers. Yeah, there was one point. It was almost every stream and even every video. It just I forget what it was that I was doing. If it was a certain type of source lighting, or when I forget what the heck it was. Now they both also too. There was an army painting series. It was the elves is where I was using the magenta a bunch on that one. Oh, we were doing the Harad stuff. Yes, that's right. All the Harad stuff between the ships and everything else. That used the quinacridone magenta. Because yeah, there was a bunch of different Harad stuff we were doing there. Where did he go? Oh, here we go. And this is what started it all. Again, that Artisan Guild made this sculpt here, and we did CAD in red. But ever since then, CAD's always got to be red. That's the rule. CAD always has to be red, and it always has to be CAD red. It can't just be any old red. Which is good because it works. It works very well for him. Right recoil. More darken some of these panels here. And I'm going to switch now. Now we got more of the sort of that Payne's Grape mix. A little bit of our phthalo green color. So moving away from the reddish brown. Darker segmentation here. Really kind of jonesing to see that lighter green there in our Cyber Cat's eyes. That's gonna be fun. You know what? Let me here. Let's go to our. That's the darker turquoise, so not as dark as our indigo was. Little more. You know what? I'm actually gonna mix me some thinner in that. That's mostly just to kind of reactivate what's there. Okay. Let's roll with that. Now let me sort of position him here. Okay, so he's like so. That's gonna cast a few little light areas over here. We haven't now we've done the darker stuff. Let us see what we can do with this. And of course, we got to go back to our cooler green. It cannot be like what we're using on our lights on our Wappellious there. So I got to get the phthalo green here. That's gonna just automatically cool that down. Touch of our phthalo blue. We got those two together, and now some of the white. How much lighter can we make this? Gotta start to. Might have to throw some more drops of thinner out on this stuff. It's getting Well, now it is almost Cinco Dos there. Oh, we're getting close, Camda. Yeah, it's only about a minute and something away. Well, looky there. A little bit more of the white. Okay, there we go. So no, this is our poor man's cobalt teal bluish. It's the phthalo green and the sky blue. Or not sorry, well a little bit of phthalo green, but the what is that? Our fluorescent green, sky blue. Maybe a little touch of the Prussian blue, and then if it gets too bluish, then we put a little bit of the phthalo green in there. Okay, I'm going to try and grab them. I'm not going to do much here because maybe I can grab them off of here by these things and stick them on the base by holding those. No matter what, there's going to be some fixins to do. We're going to have ourselves a little bit of cleanup there, a little bit of fixing to do. Let me get that. Yeah, not too much of that on that side, I don't think. I think it's got to pretty much stay over here. So just a few seconds now, just a few seconds away from our Cinco Dos, which once again means it doesn't mean anything more than Cinco Uno or Cinco Tres. There it is. So that's a pair of firsts, I think. I don't think we did Cinco Dos before. Certainly never Cinco. I'm usually never thinking about it then. Oh, I've got two. Look at this. We just erased it. It's like one quick brushstroke, boom, it's gone. That is you just can't do that with the acrylics. We used to try. You could tell when somebody was trying to do that because you'd hear them like dip into their water real quick and be like furiously trying to get back to the miniature with that water to wash away the paint there. 1 second there. All right. Let me do a little bit there. Fine. A little bit of a lighter edge up on that surface there. Okay. A little lighter edge on that. Now, again, that might change. That might change when old Cad gets down on that base. You might have to change that. But now with our Cinco Dos achieved, what I might do is I might go try to refresh some medicine here super quick because, well, we've consumed a little bit of that. I think we're going to try it and do this same thing over on our Wappellious Spellbrush figure too. Oh, wait. I'm sitting here talking about, yeah, I really want to see the lighter, glowy stuff there on Cad with his eyes. How's about we actually maybe do that? Okay, there we go. And maybe here a little bit lighter, and then I might, after that has a chance to set, we'll take our fluorescent green and the phthalo green, mix those together, and do some kind of much darker. Okay, that's, see, we can't really do a whole bunch there. Okay, there we are. And then just a few little glints there on cat. Okay, so don't anybody go anywhere. We shall return because we want to do what we've been doing here with this green and such. We're going to start doing that over here because we've kind of stayed away from this. We were trying to let that set a little bit more. Then we got to get over here on our cloak. Again, we've been setting our hand on that. That's why I haven't really done much there. So again, don't go anywhere. We shall be right back. Like we're talking about, I'm going to get down here and try to get me some of these lighter. Whoops, not sure what the heck got on the brush there. A little more of the floral green then to bring back some of our luminosity here. Turn you this way so that we can do some of that lighter stuff right here. Yep, let me hit this. A little bit more in that fluorescent green and some of the sky blue. Now over here, I'm actually gonna, I might just let these also have a, whoops, a little bit more of the glow to them. I'm really gonna do that before, but Might just do that here. Which means we're actually going to have to... That's one of the weirder places that we're going to have to get our source there. Actually, let me switch over here then to one of these here brushes. We're going to take this sky blue, no more the phthalo green 2 perhaps. Oh yeah, there we are. Because if we're going to do that, this needs to be also lighter here. I think well, I think 5. Well, let's see. I know 5:30 gets to be like their super busy time, but if 5 is okay, that would be fabulous. Let me do this here. I'll make sure. Set multiple alarm. Not so much. Well, I just don't want to be downstairs doing printing stuff. So thanks, Armor Wolf. That'll be fantastic. Yeah, Kathy's mom and sister. They called. They sang happy birthday, and then they were asking. They wanted to know what was all on the pizza. Because, I mean, it's sort of like asparagus. It's like the meat version of our asparagus snack after the stream. There you go. That's what we're gonna say. That's how we're gonna call it. It's got protein. That there pizza. You don't play around with that much protein. That is some serious stuff. So again, wasn't gonna do the glowy stuff. Maybe you know what? Okay, well, I'm gonna call a bit of an audible here. Perhaps I'm gonna do that. Fine, I'm calling an audible. I can do that. I can do that. I might have to get some more of that Prussian blue out there too. Yeah, actually, Armored Wolf. Well, because with all the fair stuff and everything, and with trying to break down the tent and getting all that stuff out of there. Well, and then setting up the machine, right? Oh, geez, Armored Wolf. I was going to ask about fair stuff. I forgot to ask about the orc stuff. Yes, the orc. Sorry, I was like, there was something. Oh yeah, all the orc stuff. Because my brain was just so focused on the fair stuff, I forgot all about the orc stuff. Now I guess now I'm just wondering. Now as far as the basing goes, was it just like the simplest of basing stuff? Because I was thinking that, well, wait a minute, maybe they don't want any kind of complicated basing. And then I also forgot, did they want Bad Moon, Evil Suns, Death Skulls? Those are the only. Not Grognards. Gorbad's Revenge, right, or something like that. Those are the only ones I can remember. Yeah, because I was thinking Armored Wolf. I mean, obviously some Make It Epic basing bits, but then I wasn't sure if maybe they, since it's GW stuff, if they didn't want any kind of basing bits on there or anything like that. Oh, that's the other one. And that's the black and red, right? Armored Wolf, Goth Rockers. At least I believe that's how you pronounce it. Maybe I've been pronouncing it wrong all this time. I don't know. All right. Do we go thinner with this? Nah, let me just start cranking some of you in here like you do. A little bit lighter stuff there. Ah, the black, white, red. Yeah. I don't know. Oh, I think that was a Blood Bowl team way back in the day that I had to do some for some. That was like 2003, and I believe he called his Blood Bowl team Gorbad's Revenge. More of our. Might have to grab my liner brush for that. I mean, that's really what it should be using for that, anyhows. Yeah, you can see that doesn't. There's no reddish stuff there, right? That was all the Van Dyke Brown that we included in there. Let me try this now. I'm gonna throw a bit more of this up here. A bit more of this up here. So I'm thinking that maybe we might do this Aryan Rud right here. That could be our topic for the Saturday stream. I guess now, how close are those? And well, hopefully there's yet another release coming up, like on the heels of that. Yeah, let me get that too. March you up this way a little. Where's our CAD? Here. So you can kind of see, right? Doing the same thing there. Okay. More of our. Oh yeah, we gotta definitely get this edge. I'm gonna. Where's my Prussian blue? Jeez. Might even need to get some more Prussian blue out there. Might just need some. Blending brush. This might work. Yep, that'll work as a blending brush. Because, yeah, I don't know. Obviously, if there's a 40K release here, then the next one might be a Sigmar, or would it be a Warhammer Old World release or something? I don't know if I think they still are doing stuff for Warcry. I don't really know. I think that it's kind of like a once in a very great while or something. I guess it's a good thing that the what was that, the Rohan Dunlending thing that happened before, so that you didn't have to do that too. Because there was a lot of stuff in there. I'm going to try to sneak in a little bit of that lighter green there. Gotta go even lighter right here on this. Well, I guess we'll grab this brush here. We do have some of this very light stuff. That is going to go on the edge of the cloth here. That's like super close to our source right down here. Yeah, I wasn't sure. I mean, obviously you're gonna know way better than me, but there's folks that said, "Oh yeah, that really brought back a whole bunch of interest in it." I wasn't super sold on that. That doesn't think that really plays out. I mean, it might have had a net zero effect or something, I guess. Let me do this. Also, we're going to come back into this with some much darker stuff too. For some of these edges, kind of again restore these. Well, this is way too dark here. Holy smokies! Oh my goodness, that was way too dark there. Way too dark. Now there. We go. We need to get some of that. Also out there. More of that here. There we go. You know what? Let me do that here too. Fine. On his boot here. I think we did. Yeah, we did go back in there with their door. I can tell. I can tell. Now, there is going to be, some of this stuff will, to a degree, be invisible when our Cyber CAD plops himself on here on this base. So yeah, Armor, with some of those diorama ideas, what I was going to do is go with probably at the largest 40 mil versions of these sculpts. Ideally, maybe something more like 35s, but 35 to 40 mil. Needless to say, these will be simplified. If they're only going to be 40-ish mil. Even at 40, they're going to have to be simplified somewhat to be in a diorama. There's one the garden idea. I wanted to try and do that. Because I mean, you talk about your cyber wapples having lots of source light, having all those flowers, each one of them a source light. Yes, a whole bunch of glowing flowers. That is not something that I've ever done. I don't even, even right now, I'm not quite sure how that would possibly work, but guess what? We's going to try it. We're going to try and do the impossible. I might even have that be a little Road to Gen Con series or something. Oh god, what was it? Oh yeah, the Zygomores, that's it. How you doing there, Muffy? Everybody please welcome in Muffy. And of course, Muffy, why don't you share some stuffs in the chat? Everybody please give Muffy a follow. So Muffy, looky here. It's a new Wappellious Spellbrush. Where's Cad? Where's he hiding? Look at this. Also a new Cad. Look at that new Cad there, Muffy. Well, have yourself a good night's sleep. But before you head off there, Muffy, before you head to sleep, definitely share some stuff in the chat. So again, there's our and little Cad. He's gonna go right over here. That's where Cad's gonna see. He's already got some of his lighting on him there. And where's our Cyber Cathy and Jeero? Looky there. Look at this. Look at that. And here's the whole family. Here's the family there walking around. So there's Cad, right? There's Cad. There's Cyber Jeero, and Cyber Wappellious, Cyber Cathy. And again, our last stream here, we just did this on our Thursday stream. That is the first of our space landscapes, as we're calling them. That was one of my new. So, and that is for this species right here. I think we were painting one of these, Mafia, right? The last time you did a raid, I think we were painting one of our series ships. Or was it this? No, I don't think it was Was it Nimue here? Could have been this. I don't know if we were painting our dark. Okay, so yeah, that's right. I thought so, Mafi. I think we were painting these. Maybe the smaller ships. Might have been painting up the smaller ones. So Mafia, before you head off to sleep there, why don't you share some stuff in the chat there? Oh, thanks, leader. Appreciate that. And again, everybody, please give Mafia a follow. Give Mafia a follow. And again, why don't you post some stuff in chat before you got to head out the door? More of this here, a little more there. And again, right over here, that's where our CyberCAD's gonna go. There we are. There we are. And we're just about ready to start the next fleet there too, Mafi. Yeah, we're going to be starting the TerraForce fleet. And that, hopefully we're going to be doing that on Armada Monday. Now our next stream is going to be this right here. This is part of our Celtic Goddess series. So that's hopefully what we'll be painting on our Saturday stream. Even this is also a Saturday stream. That's just kind of how we roll here. The streams just sort of they end up covering multiple days. Yes, multi-day streams. Now we need to get some of this lighter over here. Let's do that. 2 hours and 49 minutes ago, this had no paint on it. Yes, this was just essentially primer. Around 3-ish hours ago. Looks a little bit different now than it did 3 hours ago. Yeah, Camden, and it is. Yeah, don't tell Doji this, but as much as we love our cobalt teal bluish, there's cheaper ways. Just like we have ways of making you talk, we have cheaper ways of making cobalt teal bluish. Now, is it as sensational as cobalt teal bluish? Well, not really. But then it shouldn't be because, well, the price tag is significantly less. So it really should not be as fabulous. Length Intimate Leader. Actually, now Cam, I don't know if you wanted to do the honors on a film noir, but I think we have multiple things that we can kind of show here that would make for a little classic film noir demonstration there, Camda. I think you might have a channel pointer too, if you don't mind. Because unless Velfira is wakey wakey there. Hey there, Paradigm. Oh, there we go. So here, a sentiment. Check this out. We're going to do a couple of film noirs. I'm also going to zoom out. It'll be easier if we zoom out here. Okay, let's do this. Now watch what happens here when all color intensity is removed. Everything, I mean, basically, there's almost no source light here, right? It almost doesn't look like there's any at all. Also, same thing here for our Cyber Cat. I mean, yeah, that looks a little bit lighter there, but it really doesn't look like a whole bunch. Oh, sorry, Valfira. I thought maybe that you had kind of wandered off to sleep. Look at this, Valfira. Look at this. There we go. Now we're at full power, right? Now let's get these guys, and I believe. Oh, we didn't. You know what we didn't do, Valfira? We didn't do a film noir on our painting last night. Oh, let's get these two. So we got these guys here. Right. Take a little look. See at this. This now, I mean, with the exception of the clouds being, a little bit darker, it's basically the same painting now. Look at this. It's virtually the same painting until Grand Oracle says, "Let me see that color again. How you doing there, Grand Oracle?" Look at this. This never gets old, right, Valfira? That never gets old. Now, this is the one thing we haven't done. One second. There we go. Hey, Vix, how you doing? Great to see you again. Now, we're going to do another film noir here. Another film noir. We're going to take this down. Wow, look at this. It's almost like Wraith Sky, Valfira. We talk about Wraith Nimue. This is like a Wraith Sky. I mean, it looks like some kind of, it looks like it's irradiated or something. That is hilarious. And these things, look at how these stand out. So, sentiment, see how these stand out a ton because now we got edges. Soft edges, hard edges, darker colors, lighter colors. Let's bring back our color here. Watch this, Grand Oracle. Boom, look at this. All of a sudden, we haven't changed the values, we haven't changed the edges, but look at this. This contrast right here, that is that your eyes are looking at that too. Whereas here, let's do a little reversal again. Look at that. These things just jump off the page. That just jumps right off the page. Look at that. So that is part of our, and again, that's part of our Siri Republic, right? So that was, there we go. So Siri Republic, they're in the lower left-hand corner. Here's some of the ships that we painted. So these are actually painted ships. Those are not, that is literally photos of the painted ships. And that is, they occupy the Valley of the Giants. So lots of blue supergiants, red supergiants. And there's the bird brains right there. And look at this. So there's their architecture. That is their architecture. And of course, there's their ethos, right? The three thoughts: low thought, middle thought, high thought. And we're also doing miniature. See those characters up there? I've got a miniature of that dancer already. Now let me go back to, whoops, wrong thing. There we go. So again, this is see another one of their giant stars there. Thanks, Vixie. Appreciate that. And Camden, I'm not joking about that. What is it? The that Nomad sculpt, Camden. That is, I think you might like that. Hey, Conrads, how you doing? So thank you so much, Vixie. Thank you so much, Conrads. Appreciate that. Oh, wait a minute. Vixie did not get this. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Here we go.
So say we all.
Thanks, Vixie. Appreciate that. Which means we also have to scroll a little bit farther to get there, but we also have to get. There we are. So it's for Vixie. So thanks, Vixie. Appreciate that. I have to scroll all the way back up to there. And again, we'll be doing this spacescape. Oh, I'm trying to think. I was thinking maybe the Jolerins might get this spacescape thing right here. I think our Humies might get. Where is my? Nope, that's there. They are. I think the humans might go back to like the. Oh, that's when we were doing a lot of the magenta too, Valfera. Yes, when we were doing the spacescapes on those bases. Yes, indeed. Whoops, almost there. There we go. No, actually, Vixie, I have the last time I played a video game, and I'm totally serious here. Was 2013. That was the last time I got a chance to play a video game. It was I think it was Civ 5, Vixie. It was Civ 5. So hey there, Inganis. Everybody, please give Inganis a follow. Oh, thanks, Inganis. Inganis, definitely post some stuff in the chat there. Hey, Camda, why don't you repost your stuff too? He posted like almost 3 hours ago there. Vixie, I wish I could. Actually, Vixie, I loved Civ 5. Oh, actually, you know what? I keep seeing ads for Vixie, it's funny because you'll appreciate this, Balfour and Grand Oracle. They're showing the old. What is it? What is that? The Age of not Age of Empires, Age of Kings, right? And it's the guy putting the DVD there. And he's putting the DVD into the DVD-ROM drive. How about we say hello to AD? That is AD Creations. Great to see you there, AD. Now, AD, she's got to be getting closer. If you did another session there, AD, you got to be really, really, really close. And the new photography was looking good there too, AD. Yeah, new photography was looking good. Everybody, please give AD Creations a follow. So Nganis, everybody please give Nganis a follow. Check out the Instagram link that Nganis just shared. Check out the Instagram link that Camda just shared, and then take a little chance to see the Instagram link that AD Creations gonna share. Check this out, AD. There he is. So there's our new Cyber CAD. We didn't actually stick him on here so that people could actually see what the heck I was doing there. Multiple light sources, because light sources, right? Again, that's we're doing that with the oils there. And then here's the painting that we did last night, well, Thursday night into Friday on stream. So it's another one of our, well, first of our space landscapes right there. That's going to be super fun. So it's almost there. Oh, a little bit more on the skin and the gems. What about all those coins? That one stream I was watching there, AD, there was talking about all of those coins. Okay, so you give me a staff. That's nice. It's just a stick. And well, look at this here. Look at this here. There's like all these. How come my glow stick is like white? I mean, this dude over here, you get. And what are this? What's all this? I get none of that. I'm the Meyer. I'm like, you're gonna say that you're like, yeah, you're like immortal, right? It's like, well, I was. Then explain how you died. Do you really have to point at me like that? We did actually have a 6 on our Gandalf 6. Can Sentiment Leader duplicate? Oh, well, duplicated half of it. Half a 6 is better than none, right? Right, Sentiment Leader? AD, I just remember you talking about those coins, and whenever something is mentioned enough times, you're thinking, yeah, those coins are probably a bit of a. They're one of those things where it's a little grumbly. It's like, could there be a few less coins, right, AG? Hey there, Denethor. Welcome back. So, Denethor, why don't you share some stuffs? Share some stuffs in the chat, too. Thanks for the birthdays there. And again, everybody check out the Instagram link that AD Creations just shared. Just shared that. So give AD Creations a little look-see there and also a follow. Same thing with Ngani, same thing with Camda, because Ngani's and Camda both paint with the oils. And it's kind of handy to see other folks using the oils. So Grant Oracle, I was, again, Kathy's mom and sister, they called me up today and I was telling them about how you had to substitute on the camp trip last weekend because, well, Kathy's brother was, he was actually a cook. Well, he went to scout camp and they ended up being the head chef there at that camp. And Kathy's dad was in charge of the Boy Scout awards ceremonies. He was the committee chairman. That's it. Now, do we get ourselves a hype train there, Vixie? I couldn't see. Usually, when there's like three different people, there is a hype train because if there is a hype train, we got ourselves a hype train. I might just bring out that hype train. Well, we got multiple hype trains we can bring out. I might just go ahead. We're gonna do a birthday hype train. How's about that? Yes, we are. I'm gonna grab. Where you at? There you are. I'm gonna grab this, and we're gonna do this. It takes a little bit of a scrolling to get there, but there we go. And there's the hype train. Well, I'm gonna say we have. I don't know if we did, but executive decision says there will be hype train. And everybody check out the Instagram link that Denethor just shared as well. That's the other thing that I haven't been showing. Here, 1 second, we're back to work. There we go. Here, let's do one roll by. A quick roll through. There it is. There's the actual hype train doing a quick little roll through. This is the thing I keep forgetting because we finally got up. We did all of them with like 33 gummies. This is the one we never got a chance to paint. So there is the Dark Lord himself. Actually, Vix, if you wanted to post something in the chat there too, please go ahead. And again, everybody check out the Insta link that Denethor shared. Now, if those were Bitcoin AD, that would have been fun, but they're not. They weren't exactly Bitcoin, were they? They were just coins that you had to paint one by one by one. Hey there, Margaret, how you doing? Happy Saturday. Now, some readings here. What do we have? Where's our new stuff here? There we go. From the great book. Well, guess what? Things were very messy when we started out. I mean, it was pretty nasty looking when we started out, and that was only 3 hours ago. Now, metal surfaces reflect their surroundings, especially when there's lots of glowy things, and we'll be showing that. We'll show you all the glowy things. Now, here's the other thing, too, and this is important with the oils because it actually helps a lot for your object source lighting, especially where the light is generated. You can have, let's say, a really light yellow. If it's an opaque yellow, it could be 95% thinner. Guess what? You got yellow. Also, how is about we think less but do more? This is not targeting anybody in particular. Perfection is the enemy of completion. And especially with the oils, I mean, this is just it's a practical thing. right? If you pile on too much paint, it's not just it's going to take forever to dry, it will make things miserable. But then contrast is more than just light versus dark. Let's do a little demonstration. Actually, Valfera, here. I'm teeing you up there, Valfera. Guess what we need if we're going to show contrast is more than just light versus dark? Because you didn't get a chance to do that before. Yeah, that's kind of a, I swear, AD, because he says, a lot of times in his post that it's taken him extra time to make the new sculpts, and I swear that's because he's trying to be evil and tack in as many of those gems and stuff like that as possible. Now we are going to show several things, starting with a Wappellious. Well, there you go. I mean, it's like there's no source lighting at all. It's kind of a color thing. We will continue with this. All right, Cyber Cat. Oh, wait, let's go with this. I mean, yeah, that's vaguely lighter than the rest of them, but nothing like that. And now for the piece de resistance, which we just call a piece of resistance, we're going to actually let's take these two. So, Sunset, Cyber, Camelot. Moonlight, Cyber, Camelot. There. Now there's, yeah, two of the exact same thing. I mean, okay, there's a little change in the values, but, well, look at that. I mean, they're virtually the same painting until we do this. Bam. And of course, now I got to do this because this is wild in film noir. Wham. Edge contrast, value contrast. Soft edges, darks, lights. Let's get out of film noir before Arid starts to adjust her monitor. There we go. Great to see you there, Irid. Everybody please give Irid Kenwife a follow. So Irid, looky here, as promised. As promised. There we go, Cyber Cat and Cyber Wappellious. So thank you so much, Winsing. Appreciate that. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot, AD, that's 140. I mean, this is set, well, this is almost 80. So 140 would put him, what, about this tall? right, right, AD? Holy smokies. Everybody please give Irid Kenwife a follow. And of course, Irid, why don't you share? Why don't you share some fabulous jewelry in the chat there? And again, this is our Cyber Wapple family. There they are. There's Cad, there's Jeero, there's Cyber Cathy, Cyber Wappellious. Let's grab our Cyber Cathy and Jeero. There you go. So meet the Cyber Wapples there. Oh, look at that little bit of plaid. Aren't you glad there's plaid? That's well, AD. I've gotten spoiled with these. I have most definitely gotten spoiled with these, AD. No doubt about it. 100% gotten spoiled by these. Everybody check out the Pinterest link that Irid Kenwife just shared. And again, everybody please give AD Creations a follow. Give Inganes a follow. Give Denethor a follow. Give Camda Paints a follow. Do all of the follows. Actually, Camda, there's I think, did you see the one that's a campfire scene? And, Wappellious is reading books or whatever. He's looking at maps or something like that, and Cyber Cathy is sharpening her sword. Yeah, that's because I think I sent you all of them, right? Right, Camda? Pretty sure I sent you all of them. Now, Grand Oracle, if I didn't send those to you, I'll try to get them, I'll try to get them to you during the day then. And again, many thanks for all the raids. Appreciate that. I keep forgetting that it's earlier. I'm thinking, wow, this is really. I'm thinking AD. Wow, you're streaming till like 3 in the morning your time, and then I look over. Oh, it's only 1:13 here. Because I think technically I started. Oh no, I thought I started before 10. It wasn't quite before 10, unfortunately. Now, Irid, hopefully it was a super fun stream, and you were doing the jewelry stuff, right? Doing some more jewelry. And again, everybody please check out that link that Eric Kenwife shared. Also, again, AD Creations. And Denethor, hopefully you're kind of, sort of getting back into the swing of painting things there. And I know you had some fun sculpting stuff that you were going to try to do as well. Yeah. So again, everybody, please check out Eric Kenwife. Some fabulous jewelry, super fabulous jewelry stuff there. Ooh, okay. If we're gonna have this here, much like we did over here, we have to get a couple of more little glinty light things there. Look at this. All right, we have a dearth of source lighting over there. We shall rectify that. So that sounds really fabulous, Arid. There we go. I never got a chance to do like the wire wrapping and stuff. All I ever got a chance to do was work with the art clay stuff. And even that was very minimal. Oh, you know what? Where's my Morrigan? This is the one thing that I got a chance to make. The Raven. I actually made that in art clay. That was it was a brooch. I used the art clay stuff to make my Raven. I was talking about sculpting it, and I knew there was one other thing I sculpted it in. I couldn't remember. I can't believe how many times have we been talking, Arid, and I only just now remembered. Yes, I sculpted my Raven design in art clay. It was tiny, that's for sure. It was super tiny, but yeah, that was really cool. I forgot all about that. I think we just did kind of a very generic patina on it, something kind of on the darker side, basically. Because I mean, Raven. So yeah, that was definitely a darker motif as far as the patina on that. See you in a bit there, Arid. See you in a bit. I think we're. Oh geez, we're starting to get closer to Cinco trays. We've done all the Cincos, Camda. We're doing all the Cincos tonight. Now, of course, I don't remember if we ever do these. Are we going to do any Cincos on these, Camda? On our World War II ships? Are we going to do any Cincos on those? Oh, that sounds super fun there, Denethor. That sounds very fun. Yeah, AD, those the crazy coins there. Let me do this. And you'll notice, AD, that I did not mention to a certain Reaper person who is in your chat. I didn't say anything about color charts. I didn't say anything about color charts because I figured you would just come over here and kill me if I did that. Nice to see you there, Surface Tension. AD, I can remember months ago when silver was just going absolutely bonkers. I asked her, I said, so how's this going to play out? Now, they had a supply, obviously, right? It wasn't like they had nothing sitting on the shelves, but that's going to leave a mark. Maybe several marks. Hey there, Surface Tension. Why don't you leave a little mark with the some some linkies there. Get that Mastodon link going in the chat there so people can check that out. Surface tension, I tried to send you a few things just to kind of get you kind of caught up to speed there. Now, I'll send you some more stuff. I don't know if you, I think I sent you the video, right? Surface tension. Yeah, I was telling folks, I actually forgot where you had gone to, but I was telling folks, it's like, yep, surface tension will be back. He'll be back. He shall return. Everybody check out that link that Surface Tension just posted. Some fabulous oil painted miniatures. How's about we lighten you up a little bit more there too? Yep. Now, I was figuring that might have been kind of on the toasty side there, Surface Tension. But yeah, again, I tried to send you as many things as I could to get you caught up. But I think I sent you the new Terra video. Again, if I haven't, I'll look and see if I have. If I haven't, I'll send you that. Consider that the very first of all of our Compass Rose universe stories there. I just wasn't sure how long you were going to be there. I figured it was going to be at least a week to 10 days. I mean, hey, I don't do names, dates, or times. And that is definitely qualifies, right? Surface tension. Appreciate that, surface tension. Thank you so much. We need to. We need phthalo green, some of our fluorescent green. How's about we lighten this up a little bit down here? So, Grand Oracle, I was telling Kathy's mom and sister about the whole totem chip thing, right? The axe throwing adventure there. And I had to scold some of the participants and saying, is there a reason why you're handing that axe like it's a loaf of bread or something? Hey, Grand Level, how you doing? Happy Saturday there, Grand Level. Oh, let me do this here. Let me do this here. Okay, there we go. Now again, our next stream, which will be literally later today, this is going to be the topic here, and we do have a little bit of a picture there. So there is Ariane right up towards the top. Again, that's the Celtic goddess of the heavens. So we're going to try and do some spacey-scape type things. Lots of violets. You might even see the magentas coming back. So again, this is I think what we'll be doing. No problem there, AD. No problem. And again, everybody please check out that link that Surface Tension posted. Again, some fabulous oil-painted miniatures. Fabulous oil-painted miniatures. How's about we stroll in some of our darks there. So Grand Level, we're using, this is just regular artist oil paint. All oils all the time, especially on stream. We'll show you, here's a little, we started out with the big three. It ended up becoming, it kept getting expanded. Here was the original trio. There you go. So Williamsburg, Gamlin, Windsor, Newton. That was the original three. That was expanded to Richardson for 4. And then the latest has been the Alkids here from Paul Rubens. Now, the nifty thing about these is that you can get these on Amazon, and you can get them for, well, shall we say a reduced price, especially, Amazon Prime Days. Yes. So here's, it's like, so there's, I see a disturbing lack of cookies here. Do you have any cookies? It's like, dude, again, if I would have had cookies, I would have ate them all already. That is just not cool. So grand level, the oils are much more, well, first of all, much more robust. Much more robust. Also, pound for pound, much cheaper because you're not using as many of them. You're not using as much of them. And also the luminosity, especially, well, if you're using some of the Williamsburg stuff, is off the charts. Again, like our spacescape from last night here. The intensity of that, I'm not getting that kind of intensity from watercolors or acrylics. It's just an oils thing. So grand level, they're so robust, I almost never ever use it. Now, if they have a little bit of a shine, sometimes your phthalo colors or your magentas can have a shine. I just brush this stuff on. That's all. And it's only just to kill the shine. And the nice thing about that, you brush it on. You don't have to worry about, oh, is it 100 degrees out? Is it too cold, too humid, or whatever? So that's again the Army Painter Anti-Shine. Well, they don't call it that anymore. They call it I think, just matte varnish now. And I was wondering about that surface tension. I figured that you didn't get a chance to do any painting while you were there. So yeah, no thinners or anything like that. Thank you so much, surface tension. Appreciate that. I got to remember that the tip jar. Well, see what Wappellious, he's got it in his hand. He's pointing right to the painting pyramid there. And once again, thank you so much. Appreciate that surface tension. So say we all. For whatever reason, we also just happen to have. Speaking of so say we all, there you go. So yeah, also too, that makes stuff like this a whole lot easier. And of course, all of our panel lines, right, makes that much easier. So thanks again, surface tension. Appreciate that. Yeah, I keep forgetting that it's only 1:25 my time. I keep forgetting we're a little bit earlier. Now again, the Saturday stream is not going to be like one of those 10 o'clock starts. That is for sure. Well, here's hoping again, surface tension, that you can kind of, well, at least ease back into it, if not kind of race back into it. Here's hoping you can do that. Me. There we go. Trying to sneak a little bit of free handy stuff in there. Like you do. And also, too, the other thing, they work with your printed terrain. So your FDM terrain, it works really fabulous for that. Well, do we have... Is she... Let me see if we can grab this here. All right. This is FDM printed here. So that is, that's printed in FDM, and the oils worked really fabulous on that. And again, we did a 3-part painting series on that. Oh, geez, I forgot all about Oliver, the Imperial War Monkey. There he is. Yeah, that's Oliver, the Imperial War Monkey. I forgot all about Oliver. He's been sitting there the whole time. I do believe he is, in some people's Adepticon picture galleries, he does show up in more than one Adepticon picture gallery there. Well, that's going to be fantastic there, surface tension. Whoops. No, not over this side, yes. Over there, not so much. All right. It's like, no, that's supposed to be some of our glowy stuff. I might have to come back come back with some later reds too. I think maybe. You know what? That's we've been doing all this other glowy stuff. Let's do some glowy stuff. We're talking about glowy stuff. Look at this cadmium red. Now that's gonna be that's it's some cadmium red and the Naples yellow. We haven't really done that combo. Let's see what we get out of that. Well, that's not nothing. That is not nothing. So grand level again. The oils are much more robust. Where's the? I think it was it this one? Yeah, that is a solid chunk of resin there. And this has been dropped on the floor multiple times from a height of like 3.5 feet. Yeah, yeah, there's a solid chunk of resin right there. And yeah, absolutely nothing happened to that. And it's got zero varnish on it. And yeah, this is another one that has just been tossed around and that has done very well. Let me get this in here. This again, some of our later some of our later reds there. Lighter red. Actually, that should probably go on this on this armor too. Oh, maybe a little bit on his crown. Fine. We're gonna just start getting a little bit of that light reflect in here. No problem there, grand level. Oh, do I have? Oh, yes, here we go. Now, our past streams there at grand level, you can see them around the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. I try to just make sure that they get there because that way, well, obviously you didn't get to see all the early stuff. So if you want to see kind of, what happened of like say a few hours ago, that way you can go back and check that out. And of course, there's no ads on the Linseed Fellowship channel. It's well, not monetized for one thing, but it's just all it is. It's just a place where I can put these sessions. That is its only purpose. That's all you're going to find on there is the past Twitch sessions. I might also put some of our Compass Rose stuff on there. And some of these Cyber stuff as well. Okay, yeah, because the red is so close to this, it just kind of makes sense that we would have some of our red show up there. I'm going to take you. Some of the magenta. Oh, and the other thing is too, so grand level, you want to make sure that you're not using the rattle can primers. Obviously, the Steiner Res primer is ideal. If you're in an area like say maybe the Europe where you can't really get that very easily, the one shot primer from MIG Ammo is the same stuff because it's made by the same people. It is the exact same, well, almost the exact same stuff. It's just well the acrylic paint there, Denethor. You're just it's just putting a little plastic sheen, right? Whereas again, the oil in oil paints is linseed oil, safflower oil, walnut oil. So it's more of a natural substance. Whereas your acrylics, that's literally all it is. Is it's just you're just putting a little thin sheet of plastic. It's like Saran wrap. There you go, Denethor. Yes, you're putting some Saran wrap around your miniature. I just used Saran wrap, and oh geez, Armored Wolf. I gotta remember. I gotta get me some more. I gotta get me some more tinfoil. If there's a pizza coming, I might have to get me some tinfoil at the store tomorrow. Thanks, Grand Level. Appreciate that. I do believe the latest video was this one. And this was a very recent session. I think it was probably a week ago. In fact, it was, yeah, last Friday. We did this, and again, this is part of our Cyber Thurian series here. There's also, again, a board game for this, and even an RPG. Both of those in the works. So yeah, that's basically just a little thin sheet of plastic. Think of it like Saran wrap. I never really thought of it that way before, but that's kind of what it is. It's just Saran wrap. It is Saran wrap around your miniatures. I mean, much as I like me some Saran wrap, it's handy for food items, not so much for miniatures or terrain. And that's why that's what we always say with the oils, right? You can thin the oils, you cannot dilute them. Because well, the oils they're so opaque that even if you have 90 something percent thinner in there, you still got yourself that color. It's not going to turn into some kind of weird gray whatever. Not going to do that. Let me let's start to get a little something in here. Let's see what we got here with some of our one happy choice. You know, I got me a new one that's hiding. Oh, here it is. Here's a new one. Actually, hey Margaret, did you have a chance to share anything in the chat? I don't know if you did. So yeah, Margaret, if you want to share some stuffs, sorry about that. I thought I already asked you about that. Yes, if you want to share some stuffs, please go ahead. And I thought I asked, but I think maybe I forgot. So apologies there. Didn't mean to exclude you. I think well, that's right. We had a whole bunch of raids there. That's right. Now, of course, we appreciate the raids. Appreciate those raids. And again, give all of our raiders some follows and other goodness. Gotta start getting some of this free handy stuff in here. So we've been kind of working on all of our other areas. It is now time to get to this. I keep thinking that it's way later. I keep thinking I've been working on this for 5 hours. No, oh geez, Camden, look at this. Did you see the time? Could it be that we get 3 of them now instead of like we're fighting to get one of them in a 6-hour stream? It's seconds away. There it is, Camden. 3:33:33 Cinco Trace. Look at that. Cinco Trace. So actually, surface tension, we remembered Cinco Uno, Cinco Dos, and now Cinco Trace. Bingo. Bingo there, Camden. Look at that. I mean, I swear it was just like 2 streams ago where we missed every single Cinco. We missed all the Cincos, and now we're getting every single Cinco. Now it is time for a wee spot of some free hands here. We're going to, much like our Arthur, we're going to do a combination here. Combination of some more organic looking stuff and then some more cybery looking stuff. So we're going to hit the organics first. Let's get the organic stuff first. Like you do. More of that here. Almost like some kind of, almost like a leafy type of thing there. Another one over here. Yeah, kind of reflecting what we've got there. And then we'll just keep rolling this way with it. More Cinco, more better, right? Surface tension. More Cinco, more better. Can never have too much Cinco. So yes, surface tension. The last couple of streams we actually had Cinco Cinco. That's how long some of the streams have been too. All right, now we've done this. Let us start to play around with yeah, there this. Get these guys broken down together. Break those down. And now we need to again do some cybery type stuff here. There we go, and some circuitry. It's also got to follow our lines there too. Now we got ourselves a whole bunch of undulations on here, so we got to deal with those too. Surface tension. I believe the Cyber Nimue was. I think that was about a 6.5 hour stream, wasn't it, Camda? Something like that. Yeah, it was. That was about a. That was a 6.5 hour stream. I believe. Oh gosh, I think even our Sauron gummy bear was also. That one was like a 5 hour. Oh, I don't think you saw this one yet. Surface tension. Yeah, we finally got Sauron. I was able to get the cloak much better, and we got more details on his armor stuff. So yeah, the our Sauron gummy bear finally got him. Alrighty. Down we go. Down this way. Through that. Here. Through this. Then it go back up again. Like that. Now this is not our latest light either. Again, eventually it'll start to have that kind of circuit board look to it. More going this way here. Some pathways. And then when we lighten that up, there'll be even more pathways. That's again, good thing I didn't do too much along the edge of that because I'm still sticking my hand in that. Where are we at? And that is right inside one of these big old undulations here. Good enough. And now we need some things that are going to branch off of this again. This is why I didn't do anything here. Did not do anything there because we want to branch off of this. Turn you this way. And now this gets stretched and it gets pulled a little bit. this way. We gotta follow all these. There's like multiple directions, these undulations here. And again, all this stuff is wet into wet. This was just some primer when we started out. That's all it was. So see you later, Grand Level Gaming. Again, Grand Level Gaming normally, normal stream schedule. Looking at Monday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So that's the usual schedule there, Grand Level. Can appreciate the follow, appreciate you being here. And Thursday, the Thursday stream is typically, we call it Flat Thursday. Again, Armada Monday. We're hoping to get to our fabulous Terraforce starships. And we've got, again, a couple of them here. These are just test ones. These were just for size. Those are not the final ships in any way, shape, or form. Those were just, again, just some tests. Just to see if we had the scale somewhat correct. Come on, there we are. More coming down there. More lines this way. So there's your Muskin ship there, Camda. That was, again, another size test. And this is another one of the modular fleets, Camda. So again, all of these cargo elements are different. The bridges are different. The engines are different. There's your engines there. So that in Terraforce, that's going to be in the video there, Camda, that I'm hopefully going to be able to film on Sunday. You know, we're gonna do an executive decision here. Well, look at that. It's like we got ourselves an eraser. Huh? It's gone. All gone. So yeah, Camda, what I was gonna try and do is make a couple of Terraforce ships and then make a couple of Moskin ships. Hey, Prairie Dog, how you doing? Thank you so much, Prairie Dog. Appreciate that. And of course, a very happy Saturday now to you. Now, I think what we can do. Do I? That's okay. It's almost hour 4. We have not had any fast matte white out here yet, Camda. Not a single bit of fast matte white. And it's almost been 4 hours. Is it going to be Cinco Cuatro before we get any fast matte white out here? So, hopefully everything is going really, really, really well, of course. Oh, there we go here. Let's get more of these little endpoints here. Where's their other one? There it is. There they are. We got more over here to do. Whoops. There we are. And then we can also do a couple in there. And then some in here as well. Got a few more to do out here. Come on, get that one up in there, and another one up in there. Boy, Prairie Dog, I don't want to say, but you could say it kind of reduces stress levels there, Prairie Dog, when you're like, whatever. It's like, if it doesn't go the way you want, you could say it's a few seconds later, it's like it was never there. So that's the other thing that we always say with the oils there, Prairie Dog, is we hope that it just is, it's a much more mellow way of painting there, right? Where you're not kind of on the pins and the needles all the time. Pins and needles are very good for sewing some blue jeans back together or some socks, but sitting on those might be a little bit uncomfortable. Just speculating there. But yeah, just think of being able to just kind of know that that didn't work the way I want, or I just I want to change that, and you just come back and you're just like, all right, I'm just gonna wipe this away, or you take a sponge or something, right, and it's just boom, it's gone. No fuss, also no muss. Now we were doing a bunch of that early on for sure, and we'll be doing some of that up here again when we get to some of the dark, lighter parts of our cloak here. Now this here's going to be a bit more of the filigree, not so much of the cybery stuff. Have it go this way. And again, if we don't like any of this, guess what we can do? We can just wipe it away, start over again in just a few seconds, and it's just again like it was never there. Do I still have that guy here? I do, yeah. So this one right here, uh, the original pattern, see that not work was over here, and it just did not translate to the vertical, so we said, no, we wiped that off. The horse, we actually wiped him away twice. Third time was a charm. Third time was a charm on our Rohan horsey there. If I want to go here, let's do not a ton there. Let's just have this go up to here. And again, look at this. We're going to do a little bit of a changey here. I'm going to get rid of that. Grab this. Some of this. Whoops. Down you go. Over there. And well, look at that. We just made ourselves another change. Because, reasons. Or raisins, either one. Go get that. Gotta watch out for those so-called squirrels there. Surface tension. Yes, now you're back to the biodrones. You're back to the land of the biodrones. There's surface tension. I mean, you saw what happened when there was no anti-death orb shield. I'm sure it was kind of nice to get away from all of the biodrones, but now you're back. So beware of the biodrones. Now, here we go. Maybe this. No, we'll use this little guy here. So, see, we plop this paint in there, and then we're going to take this. We're going to take this, same over here. Look at this. So, yeah, pretty good. Look at this. Yeah, prairie dog. That was something that we used to joke about in the family here. About the vertical. Lightening that up a little. Come on, more light there. Also over here. Okay, there was hardly anything here. Again, we're gonna get some of our light over here. Our light's gonna be cascading down that ways. You can see that we're starting to work out our more of a freehand here. Right, we're getting some of the lighter stuff in. Again, kind of taking this pattern, bringing that over here. And of course, prairie dog, if let's say you're working with the oils, you can only go so far with it and it dries. There is no reason why you can't say, all right, I'm just I'm gonna do some acrylics here. We've done painting videos where part of it was we used those brush marker things, and those are acrylic. So yeah, prairie dog, you're not stuck with the oils. Like if you start out with the oils, now you're not stuck. Like, oh, now I can only use oils to finish this off. You want to use the acrylics? That's no big deal. Go ahead and use the acrylics to finish it off. You'll be good as long as the oils are dry. That's all that matters. Oils are dry, good to rock and roll. No problemos. So yeah, again, all it is, and of course, the other way around, the acrylics are going to be dry no matter what. So then dive right back into the oils. And there's times where that makes more sense, especially if it needs to be in a case to take somewhere that night. Well, then you're using acrylics. That's really not the place where oils are going to shine so much. Is it's got to be dry in about 10 minutes. That even with the alkyds, that's not going to happen. So again, we're working in some of our little bit of free handy stuff here. You can see we can still get this much. Also, too, how's about we get the right brush here in my hand too, which is going to be one of these guys. Nice to see you there, Lewis. How you doing? Nice to see you there, Lewis. Again, having some fun here with our Cyber Wapple figures. Let's get a little bit more of our filigree. Some filigree over here. Is nice. There we go. Now that was, see, that got a little bit too high. We're just going to take some of that away. Let's try you again here. Perhaps a little teensy bit lighter under there. So that may be. And of course, all this stuff is still wet. Yes, it's been on there for, well, almost 4 hours now. Yeah, and of course, prairie dog. Let me see if I can find some of them for you here. Here we are. So again, these color charts here, prairie dog. It's really handy to do those because besides just okay, what does the color look like, especially when it's mixed with something else. The other big thing is that you get a chance to see how the paint handles. Is it more translucent? Is it more opaque? Is it a weaker color, a stronger color? So that's another really handy thing again about doing those color charts. Now here this is one of those more translucent colors. So this is our phthalo green here. This is not a glaze. This is no glaze. This is just, I'm just brushing that on there. That's how translucent the phthalo green is. There. So that's going to darken some parts of that down a little bit. And again, that we didn't have to glaze anything. Now, if I had If I had some of our umber out there, that would also be kind of on the translucent side too. This right here, a little bit different. That's going to be more of the opaque variety here. That is going to go in here. Also in there. That's just a bit of a color change as much as anything else. I mean, they just, for so many different types of things, right, Grand Oracle? Just super, super handy. So you can see now we're working in a little extra color here. And our undulations, taking down some of the lighter gold stuff there. Where it gets down into some of the folds and crevices. Again, actually, wait, geez, Grand Oracle, I don't know if you had a chance to share anything. If you want to share some stuffs in that chat, of course, please go ahead and do that. See, that was too hard of an edge there. We're just gonna kill that edge. Same over on that side. Let me try a little more of this over here. And then there. Tone you down, and then up here as well. Again, that's not really a glaze. But you see how it kind of takes away a little bit of the brightness of that sort of yellowish brown color there. What was the ring around the collar, right, Grand Oracle? You don't get any ring around the collar with your oils because oils are the original watercolors. Actually, now Grand Oracle, I don't know if you had a chance to see the space landscape that we did, but there was very much a watercolor approach at the start of that, for sure. So Lewis, this is the only fancy brush. So this is a Princeton. Also, Winsor Newton has the Cotman line. It's about the same. It's a synthetic brush. The key thing is that it's a liner brush, not a spotter brush, but a liner brush. That is key on many different levels. The word short, that actually just refers to the handle there, Lewis. Because if you don't get the short liner brush, you got yourself a telephone pole. Yes, your brush is going to be half a mile long. You'll have enough leftover timber to either construct a housing development or have enough fuel to heat like 1,000 homes in just one brush. So yeah, you want the short liner brush, and that only refers to the handle, not the bristles. And it's the Princeton Velvet Touch, like Grand Oracle's got there. You can get them on Dick Blick. Jerry's Artorama has them too, right, Grand Oracle? Yeah, I'm pretty sure Jerry's Artorama, it's got to have them. And what is it? What is the overseas? Oh, man, what is the... it just escapes me. Jackson Art. That's the one in, I think, in Europe. Jackson Art. So that 18-0... And again, because there'll be like the 10-0 and all that other kind of stuff. And again, a liner brush, not a spotter brush. Because the spotter brushes, well, they get beat up really easy. I mean, they last minutes. And they do, and even then, they don't really work very well just to start with. Much less, even if they did last longer, they just do not work all that well. So Lewis, and again, also to the Cotman Velvet Touch, or sorry, the Cotman series, that's Winsor Newton. They got kind of a turquoise colored handle. Oh, wait a minute. Do I have one? Oh, there you go. Look at that. So Cotman, again, that's Winsor Newton Cotman. It's kind of this blue handle, and there should be about similar costs. That's why we love our One Happy Choice brushes, right, Grand Oracle? Love them One Happy Choice brushes. Love them One Happy Choicers. Now, we've been doing a whole bunch of this. I'm thinking what I'm going to do is start working some of this up here. Let's get some light up there. Van Dyke Brown. I think I was actually trying this little combo here. Let's try this little combo plateau. Let's see what happens. It's a little too yellowish. Paynes, gray. Yeah, we might. That's probably the next thing we'll have to break out is some of our fast matte white here for some of our lightest light. Also, too, remember, where do you go? We still got to get CAD attached to our base here. That's going to happen pretty soon. And like Dinosaur was just saying there, if you have, well, that's why we have tons of these One Happy Choice brushes, because then you can just kind of have a bunch of them out there. And of course, since they're not acrylics and the paint's not drying in the ferrule, you don't necessarily have to dive into cleaning them right away. Also, again, we want to have minimal amounts of thinner out there. You don't need tons of thinner. Here we go. That's a water bottle cap. That's usually how much thinner we've got out there for the entire session. Really not a whole bunch more than that. Let me try to get some of this up in here. Yeah, Irid, I think, well, I did actually have a chance to earlier in the day. And by earlier in the day, that was like, I don't know, at 9:30 in the morning before I got a chance to go to sleep. That was one of the weirder discoveries, right, Grand Oracle? That was kind of a shocker. Now, here we go, blending brush time. So we're just going to take this and we're just going to do a little tap, tap, tap here. No fuss, also no muss. Yeah, there's definitely more than one time, right, Grand Oracle, where forgot to do the cleaning of the brushes. I do have to say these crafty brushes here from Amazon, I don't want to say these actually last longer than the Princeton versions of the filberts there, but they almost kind of do. They almost take a beating a little bit more than the Princetons, and of course they cost pennies as opposed to $5. Which is again the only non-craft brush that I use is essentially that Princeton Velvet Touch. That's basically the only one that is not an actual craft brush nowadays. Let me do this right here. There we go. Not too much of that light there. Let me hit this. I mean, when it's a brush that we're as likely to use it for glue as for painting, right, Grand Oracle? That's when you know it's rugged. There have been several brushes that were used for glue and for painting in the same stream or same painting session. It has definitely happened. I mean, these one happy choice. Where's my package of them here? I think it's a package of 50 or so. Yeah, it's a package of 50 here. Just get these bad boys off of Amazon. There you go. Uh, I, they're not super fantastic for freehand, although we did our initial sketching of the freehand with this brush right here. Again, is it something we're gonna paint eyeballs with? I'm thinking no, but that's not what we got it for, right, Grand Oracle? That's not what we got it for. Let me see if I can't sneak in a little bit of the light up here on the shoulder, like that. This shoulder, like you do. That's supposed to be our. It's supposed to be more of our bronzy color there. So we might do a little change on that. More of a light up right there. Now let's. Ooh, wait a minute. Again, I'm just gonna drop that on there. So it's just a piece of. I'll show you in a second there, Prairie Dog. It's just a piece of parchment paper that I just clipped to a piece of cardboard. There you go. So yeah, just a piece of parchment paper. I do recommend, and this is the stuff I use for baking. Also, get the flat sheets because if you get the roll up stuff, well, guess what it's going to want to do? It's going to want to be rolled up. So yeah, just do yourself a favor, just to avoid the noid, as we used to say back in the day. See that we were able to again do a little bit of quick blendo magic there. Coal black, indigo, crevice time. So yeah, that's just a piece of parchment paper, and again, all it is just I just got some clips there, and I just clip it right to a piece of cardboard, and then I just chuck it in the garbage there. Especially if you're using the alkyds, the paint will be dry on there. I mean, you're it's not any more hazardous than throwing away. Let's say you were doing like a thing of breaded fry or breaded shrimp or fries on a piece of parchment paper. There's as much oil, and we're talking more natural oil on that parchment paper as after you paint with oils, as if you again just bake yourself some delicious curly fries or something like that, or some breaded shrimps or something. I mean, this is a cuisine channel after all, and of course, you missed the earlier topic there, Grand Oracle, talking about the nutritional value of asparagus. I looked that up, and you were talking serious amounts of vitamin K and folates. I mean, like massive levels of also protein. Potassium. Yep, that too. Kihasu, the most common is linseed. The next most common, and it's one that we're not big fans of, is safflower oil. Safflower oil gets used because that tends to make the paints feel softer. Where's the Richardson stuff? Here. So Richardson tends to pile in the safflower. There you go. Yeah, it tends to really pile in the safflower oil. I would say that Williamsburg kind of shies away from that. Now, actually, Kihasu, there's also walnut oil. Yeah, there's also walnut oil-based oil paints. Those are kind of your big three there, Kihasu. Again, linseed oil, probably the most common. Safflower oil getting to be a close second. And then in distant third is walnut oil. Because, well, when you think about it, in the Renaissance era and all those other previous in the 1800s, 1700s, 1600s, well, we didn't have oil tankers, we didn't have oil rigs, so that oil paint was certainly from some other source. Ironically enough, it's the acrylics that's made from petroleum products, because it's plastic. Now, Denethor is the poppy oil. Is that more of a, this region was able to get it easier, or kind of like the safflower oil, right? That was supposed to have a different feel to it than the linseed oil. Let's see. It was the walnut oil alkyd medium that we use for our blood effects, right, Camda? Yes, yes, yes. It was the walnut oil uh, uh, alkyd medium, and that was good for the blood effects for sure. Being super translucent and having that shininess to it. Now, how's about oh, look at that. Look at that. See what we're going to take here? Something as a blendy brush. I'm going to soften you up a little per. No. Let me use this guy. Alright, here we go. Get another craft brush. Alright, see this here? We're just going to go a little tap, tap, tap along the outer edges of that. Hashtag no layers. That's the other thing, too, that kind of. That's what can happen to folks is they think of the oils as super slow drying acrylics, which makes them super slow drying. It's like you don't get any of the benefits of acrylics, you don't get any of the benefits of oils. You get like the benefits of nothing. Yeah, and again, every brand's going to have a little bit of a different flavor to it. And of course, the alkyds, remember, they don't have quite the pigmentation. They have no staining value. So yeah, Denethor, that's be an interesting experiment to see what people get out of the poppy seed oil there. I'm going to change all of some of these things here. Let me take. Where's my Indian yellow? There we go. Some Indian yellow for you. Also for you. We have to get our lighter yellow in there. Holy smokes, we'd almost forget about that. Well, again, we're still only 4 hour 13 minutes in. I was just about to glue CAD right here, and then I went doink. So I'm like, I don't think we're gonna glue CAD right there just yet. I don't think we're doing that. That might happen at Cinco Cuatro. And not gonna happen at 4:14. Nope, not gonna happen. Magenta. Now violet. We haven't done any violet on these bad boys. Let's get that one. And now, oh, gee whiz. I wonder. That sort of works. Yeah, it does. It definitely keeps it more towards the violet. Look at it. See again. Hashtag no layers. Now consistency. As in, this paint is a little bit thinner. This paint is a little bit more thinner. And those are sticking to each other. Why? Because thin sticks to thick. Also, vice and versa. Darker red. Pearline crimson. Oh, geez, that's the wrong brushy there. The wrong one. Let's grab this guy. Let's grab this guy and rock and roll here. Darker red. Well, we're just going to have to sacrifice that on the altar of my finger because I need to put that over there. This is not a glaze. This is not a glaze. This is straight up. Again, this is the advantage of the liner brush right here. Because the bristles, and of course a synthetic liner brush. The synthetic brush, well, they're just more consistent, also more durable. You're talking about a brush that is going to last you upwards of 3 times as long, and it's going to cost 1/3 as much. Not good at math, but when I'm starting to factor in things like on the order of a 9, I'm saying that's a bit of a difference. So a little more transient than on the safflower, and yeah, that was now of course, right? That's you're talking over the course of many years, and of course too, you're using a lot more of it, right, Denethor? But because you're not piling on the paint here, you're just not gonna quite get the yellowing that you would say on like a canvas piece, because well, if you're piling up the paint on your miniature like you would on a canvas, it's gonna be an interesting looking miniature, that's for sure. See, they get a little bit of a changeover right there. It's got almost a little bit of a red in there now. It's not so much about changing the value. That's a little bit of a color change. A little bit of a color change. Now up here, let me see. I don't really want to go a whole bunch lighter than that. That's going to have to be it for going lighter on that stuff. Oh, how's about get back to some of our yellowish brown here. That is not opaque enough. Hey, Fine Line, welcome back. I hope that you're doing great there, Fine Line. Hope you're doing fabulous. Great to see you. Of course, happy Saturday. So appreciate you being there, Fine Line. Alright. A little later first. Yeah, and here a little bit on the darker end of things. Alright, fine. Back to the Van Dyke Brown then. Whatever. There we go. Yeah, I mean, it's just better safe than sorry, right, Denethor? Because I know, like people will say your fluorescent colors, well, those are not light fast or something, and well, most of your miniatures are in a case in foam. The case is black, the foam is black. The likelihood that they'll ever really see anything resembling daylight is, well, minimal to 0. So then that not really much of a factor, right, Denethor? Not too much to worry about there. That's good. I would like to see a little bit of lighter something in here. There we are. Oh, you know what? Yeah, no, I might do that. I wasn't gonna, but now I'm gonna. We're going to have a teensy bit of that red. Do a little bit of glinty stuff over there. Just because just because. Come on. There we are. I'm gonna take. Whoops. Let me thin this down. Not too much. We certainly don't want a pin line wash out of this stuff. But I just realized we need to lighten you up, and then we gotta get the rest of the design here. I almost forgot that. Let me get back to this. You had Denethor, because remember I talked about the watercolor. I used to use the Dr. Martin's dyes a lot when I was doing the watercolors, and of course, illustrators used them because, well, they didn't have to worry because their stuff wasn't meant to be shown in galleries or something like that. And I've had, now of course it is in a room that gets no direct sunlight whatsoever. That painting has been hanging here for, well, now 30 years, or almost 30 years, and it looks pretty much exactly like it did when I hung it there 30 years ago. Still looking pretty much the same. Now again, you put that in direct sunlight, that's another story. I've seen it fade pastels. So again, now we're gonna get a little bit more. This is why we didn't stick our Cyber CAD there just yet. So I was like, oh yeah, that's right. We better get to some of this stuff here. You know what? Also, fast matte white. Finally gonna get this out here. If I can actually manage to find the said fast matte white, which is this stuff right here. That is the Gamblin fast matte white. And we can use it in a bunch of places. Obviously, our glowy stuff too. Here, let's start to break some of this down. Where can that go? Maybe a little bit of it over here first. Nah, break it down some more. That is going to now go on some of our metal surfaces here. And then again, some of our glowy areas. Boom, look at that. That's going to make a big difference, especially up here now. Look at this. Kind of been sitting on this for a little while. Been waiting and waiting and waiting to do this. Don't be a hasty little hobbit, right, Camda? Don't be hasty. And of course, Denethor, the nice thing is that you're almost never using the fluorescents by themselves. You're usually 95% of the time, you're mixing them with something. Which, of course, that's going to give them that extra little extra hit of stability, right? Now, come on. A little bit of this out on the edge of, there we go. This is another thing I've been waiting on to do that for quite a while. Again, just gotta be patient. Got to be patient sometimes. Don't be hasty. Yeah, see how that just all this stuff starts to lift forward. Let me see if I can't get a smidge of that on the mustachio and the beard. And up here. Now, you can see these little tiny things on the very edges there of the crown. Well, every one of these little spires here had one of those. When I went to remove this from the build plate, it kind of, again, it was kind of like the proverbial you're chopping down a tree, and instead of falling in the direction that you've planned for the entire time, it ends up going backwards and falls on a house or something, whatever. That's pretty much what happened here. This thing, it rolled away and landed, it bashed into a container of resin of all things, and it broke at least 3 or 4 of those just right off the bat. And then I was kind of in a hurry to try and clean it off, and then I broke off at least 3 more. So he's only got like 3 of those left. Originally there was at least, I think, 10 of them. So if you're wondering why there's not more pointy things on the tops of those crown deals there, that's because, well, accidents happen. That was not something. I think the only reason, Camda, that the neighbors didn't hear some kind of a spicy metaphor right there is because I also had the mask on. So it kind of turned into a very loud, muffled whatever. Yeah, that was I'm sure it put the black speech of Mordor to shame. No doubt about it. And that's the other thing about the test prints there, Camda, is the okay, yeah, when you're cleaning this, look out for this part. And that is another reason. Again, all of these files, they will eventually, well, first to the Patreon page, then to my mini factory. But much like our Sauron, right? Like I made several changes to the sculpt, as in I basically resculpted it 3 times. That is why I'm not just throwing them out there, because I want to go, okay, yeah. Note to other people, when you're taking this thing off of the build plate, be real careful about this part of it, because you can snap these things off real easy. Come on. All right, fine. Let's try this again. Reconstitute that brush. Okay, I like that tip a little better. Come on. There we are. So again, see, that starting to get a little bit shinier now, right? That we're really getting our lightest lights in there. It's 4 hours 28 minutes in. We didn't exactly do that right away. We were patient, yes. We were patient. Try this again. Like we did on the other side. Yeah, a little extra light there. A little something along the edge there. And now for the arm. Let's get some really light little highlighty things on the arm. There. There. There we go. Again, that's something I've been waiting for quite literally hours to see. Doing this lighter stuff up here is going to, again, that's going to take our reflected light, and it's going to just knock that down a peg because, well, you have something to compare it to now. That's why we don't do the white primer. That's why we don't do the black primer. We do some kind of primer that's just pretty mellow. Brush on some medium gray, medium brown, something like that. Yeah, Grant Oracle, it's always wild, right? And especially with the Perling Crimson, the Cadmium Red, the Pyrrho Orange. I mean, that's you might still be seeing some of those on the Monday stream, right, Grand Oracle? Yeah, I'll just transfer those from one pallet to the next. This pallet will be thrown out before the stream tomorrow, but some of those, again, the Puro Orange that are Perling Crimson and the Cadmium Red, those will be transferred to the next pallet. And we'll be good to go. Remember the palette thing I showed in the one video there, Grand Oracle. It was the one that had I think it was 16 wells, and it had that nice little flexible cover, and it actually kept the alkyds viable for like a month. There's that. Yeah, there's that too. I forgot all about that Grand Oracle. And that's something again that you could use if you gotta be on the road somewhere, whatever. Go to a convention. Come on. A little bit more of our right on top of those. Lighten this up too. And now, ooh, yeah. These are gonna. Let me get a little thinner. Break this down. Not too much. Ooh, there we are. Now those will definitely stand out. They kind of weren't standing out anymore before. Now they will with this extra bit of light here. Yep, Prairie Dog. That's been for what 6 years now, right? Grand Oracle. It's been kind of like an open laboratory there, Prairie Dog, because with other folks using the oils, and also too, people are trying different manufacturers, and that's when we'll kind of find out. It's like you might want to give this manufacturer a look-see right here, or this like the alkyds that Camda found, the universal paint. It's the only paint that we know of that everybody can get everywhere for a very reasonable price. And again, that's the Paul Rubens alkyds. You can get those on Amazon. Now, I think June 23rd, so 3 days from now, if you want some more of those alkyds there, get those in your cart, and you'll get an alert sometime between the 23rd and 26th that the set of 38 is down to a very nice price of $63. Basically, don't get them unless it's $63. Yeah, I found out the hard way early on, and I didn't realize. Well, first I hadn't tried them yet, so I wasn't sure they were going to work. But yeah, the Paul Rubens alkyds, the set of 38. Don't get it when it's $90 or $80 or even 70 something bucks. Just wait. Just wait it out. It will be $63. Now, of course, 2 times I was waiting it out, and it was $63 while I was at Adepticon. And then when I was just about to pull the trigger, I'm like, okay, we'll be home by then. Nope, it wasn't $63 anymore. The sale ended, and I was still stuck at Adepticon. But Black Friday is another one of those prime kind of opportunities to snag those alkyds. And again, I know some folks, they like buying paints and sets. They don't want to get them piecemeal, one at a time, or whatever's. And if that's kind of your vibe, well, look at that. You can get yourself 30. Well, actually, you could get yourself 50 of them, because there's a dozen of the fluorescent opera colors. You can also get the white in a 3-pack, which, that's what I got to get that into the cart. Gotta get me that 3-pack in the cart. That the fact that anybody can get him anywhere, right, Camden, is almost, let's say they were, I don't know, 20% as less useful as they are, because they are super useful for so many things. Let's cut that down. It still is worth it because people can get them. The best ability is availability. It ain't just for sports. Now, I'm thinking, so your World Cup, right? As I was speculating in the last stream, it is just you only play 3 games in the pool play phase of it. Because I'm pretty sure there's only 4 teams in each little division there. And I think you're only playing each team once. Again, I don't do numbers or dates or times or nothing, but that sounds like only 3 games to me. May hit this 2. There we go. That's sort of in the shadow area, but I gotta get me a little something there. We'll take Mr. Blending Brush here. See, now there's something there, but not too much. And then we're going to do a similar thing. Take this brush here, and then we'll do that. All of a sudden now, see how that's getting a little bit of a shiny? That's getting a little bit of a shiny going on there, because now we're getting into our much lighter colors here on our freehand. See, that didn't work out at all. Well, look at that. It's gone. As they say, no harm, no foul. There, and now more of this up here. A little bit of an edge right there. Boom, got it. See that? That's almost kind of like a metallic edge, or at least kind of having, was it like a silk thread, which in some ways almost has a metallic-like appearance because, well, it reflects. Last night, Grand Oracle, we kept talking about the Williamsburg Indian yellow on that Spacescape thing that I did. It was, yeah, Arta Michael and I were talking about, it's like one tiny micrometer of that Indian yellow can just really overtake anything else that it gets mixed with. And it's been really good for keeping things like the Puro orange. Okay, here, let me get to some of this here with this really light light here. Let me just get some more thinner in there just to start breaking that down, just getting that process started. Super light here for these elements here. Because guess what? We hadn't gotten our latest light here. Now we're going to get that. And some of our source light. Let's do that. So yeah, we were doing a hefty amount of the Indian yellow in that Spacescape last night for sure. Top edge there, yeah. Top edge, this edge, more edges. Look at that. See, that's getting, then here we're going to do this over here. Like we do. More here. Let me do this here. Also, we got metal surface over here. We're gonna take a little touch of our light over here. Get more of a light that way. Oh no, over here we're gonna get some of our green stuff on that screen there too. And now, look at this. That's gonna be a whole bunch lighter now too. Bunch more light right there. So yeah, we're trying to get some of our. I'm gonna get some more yellow in here too, recoil, because we kind of got red and yellow. Well, actually, we're gonna get some green up there too, recoil. Yeah. Now, do we do that on the? Oh yeah, look at this. Look at there on the other Wappellious Spellbrush. And again, recoil. I really hope that device. Obviously, again, if it can do half of those things, it's a pretty incredible device, right? Recoil. If it can do all of those things, that is, ooh, that's going to be fabulous. Let me work this in over here. More of that. Over here too. And now we gotta more light up here, and then let me get this out of this here brush. Take phthalo green. Gonna make the screen a little bit darker here. So Camden, I think we took, and this is something, a combo that I used to use Brilliant Yellow Pale and the Van Dyke Brown. I just went Naples Yellow, Van Dyke Brown on that. Now, of course, this was way lighter here, Camden. I've kind of basically wiped almost all of it away. Yeah, I've pretty much annihilated most of it. That's gonna, once we get our Cyber CAD glue down there, we'll have to do a little recovery there, little recovery process, Camden. I absolutely have wiped it all away, which is kind of hilarious. All right, well, we're talking about Dick Green. Let's maybe some of this. Oh, geez, we're just, you know what, we're just seconds away from, Camda. We're just seconds away. You know what it is. I just looked up and I'm like, wow, I knew it was kind of close. I didn't think it was just like seconds away. We would be 4 for 4, Camda, if we get this one. 4 for 4. Now we're just about to collect 5 fours. Yes, cinco cuatro is just about to happen. So there you go. So her green translates over here. Now let's get some of the yellow. Let's get a little bit of mellow yellow over here. Indian, there it is. There's the Indian yellow, and there, oh, just the 9 seconds away. The countdown continues, right, Camda? There it is. Cinco, cuatro, 4 hours, 44 minutes, and 44 seconds. That's how long we've been working on this. All right. So this will now be brought over here. So I got the red down there. Now some of the yellow up here. You know what? I'm going to go more Indian yellow. Ah, there we are. Now, at Ohea Grand Oracle, I did see, I don't know if it was Facebook or something like that. Maybe it was even you. There was an ad for that. That's a Hager's printer, right, Grand Oracle, the one that you were talking about. I did actually see, I think it was just a still ad, maybe an Instagram thing or something. It flew by before I could really see it. Oh, there we go. Look at that. Yellow into red. So we got green into yellow into red. All right. And that is this deal. Chucking a little bit. Ooh, this would be fun here. A little bit of light over here. Let me grab. Because this here. How did that get so. Oh, all right. It's like, that shouldn't have been that light. There, that's what I was expecting. Not that. Oh, that was really light there. It's like, nope, that ain't right. That was not right. That is better. Maybe even a little teensy smidge of the red over there. All right. Now, actually, I think actually I am going to. Let me see if I can get our Cyber CAD on here. I might. Oh, good. I do have me some sand and sticks. I'm just gonna have to kind of. I guess it's a good thing that I wasn't putting more paint here. I got to file through all of the paint that I put on there, or at least some of it. That should be enough to stick CAD onto. Let me. Okay, well that glue just went down to the floor, so hopefully we got enough glue in here to make this happen. So we're going to have to sacrifice again some of this stuff up here on our Cyber CAD. We're going to try to release him here. I got me a sculpting tool. That might be handy for this too. In case any of the blue tack is still kind of stuck to him there. We also don't want him to go flying. Ironically enough, yes, irony abounds. We don't want the dragon to go flying. Just trying to get him off of this thing. I mean, we do paint the starships technically. You know, we do some of the painting of those before we stick them onto the base. Now, I don't really have any green stuff ready to go, so hopefully he's going to stay on there. Now, where is he going to go? He should go right there. We want to have him looking in the right direction. Now, this is the gel stuff right here. Love me this gel glue. And I'm actually going to put a little bit on his tail. Okay, so he should be kind of looking in the right direction there. And we're going to try and hold this thing kind of vertically. We're going to let that glue have a chance to set there. So I'm going to start working maybe a little bit of, oh, yeah. I'm going to do a bit of Indian red and some of our Van Dyke brown together. Not a super glazy thing. A sort of glazy thing. And we'll do that. Well, he's kind of sticking on there. He's sort of sticking on there. I'm not gonna mess with that. Not just yet. I am going to do some of this other stuff first. Get some of that going in here. And maybe even little, some kind of grayish color on there. That's just some of the original dry brush on there. Yeah, so there's some bunch of this here that's just kind of some of the original dry brush. No, I don't have to worry about hitting this with super glue because it's again it's a brush that's maybe 20 cents or something at the most. Again, this is where I kind of sanded away some of that. Doesn't matter. Perhaps a little lighter there. Oh, there we go. There we are. Just carry a little more light out that way as well. So again, just as a warm-ish gray, Van Dyke brown, a little bit of Naples yellow. At one point, oh, there was actually some of our not radiant magenta on there too, Camden, if I remember. There is nice. I will maybe go a little bit lighter. Bring in this. And some of that. Also here. So there we go. And now, oh yeah, he's on there pretty solid. I think we can start now. I think we can start to put some of the latest lights here on CAD. Again, we've been trying to be a patient, not a hasty hobbit. We've been trying to be patient. Oh, well, looky, we got now. Look at what we got. We got this fast matte white sitting here, which means now we can really pop in some lighter stuff. Maybe a little too much. Let me get some of this yellow in here first. That's a little better. All right. Keeping on with the yellow here. Well, you know what? I'm going to do that. I'm actually mixing some of our warm gray and the yellow together for some reflected light. I'll also reflect some of our red in there. And that's supposed to end up on that claw there. And that was an oopsie. Wasn't supposed to happen. Got it. Now, now let me try this. I think now we're ready for it. Now I gotta break that down some more. There we go. All right. Little touch it. Yeah, right over here on the metal there. Now again, Grand Oracle, I do hope that you can get that and try all kinds of super fabulous stuff with it. Alrighty. A lot of the stuff we're going to be doing now is on CAD here. It's almost a little bit easier to do some of this stuff now that he's on the base. Am I zoomed in on him? I think I'm zoomed in. No, I'm not. I can actually zoom in some more. Whoops, not that way. There we go. We also now we got to change our focus a little bit because he's closer to the camera now. All right. He is a wee bit closer to the camera. Oh yeah, we're gonna get some of our darker stuff in there too. And now here, this is where my hand wiped away some of the paint, so we're gonna try to restore what we kind of wiped away over here. Let me get this over here. Yeah. Doing now. This is a genuine cadmium red. Like I said, if we're painting cat, we have to use cadmium red, and we have most definitely been using cadmium red on him here. We need to get a bit more on this part of his body over here. Yeah, more of the cadmium red. Grant Oracle, the basically the primary thing that interests me, and like infinitely more than everything else, you know what it is. Basically, water soluble supports. It could make everything pink with polka dots. Grand Oracle, I would gladly paint over all that for water soluble supports. I mean, it could be like atomic pink with the Nurgle green polka dots. I don't care. You make those supports just drizzle away like that. It's like, okay, I'm on. I'm on board. Also, remember we were saying we needed to kind of separate these segments here with our dark. We got a bunch of these kind of things to do here and across a whole bunch of different segments. Doing this on his other arm. And over here on his head, we got some separate plates to do here. There. Yeah, that will be again a monster thing if that actually works. More than patient enough to let other people find out if it works or not. remember that. Actually, I watched the video on that recoil. Yes, I think I saw that a couple of times. Ooh, you know what? We can get more of a lighter green over here. Yeah, let's do that. Actually, that is not too far off. Because remember, we got that other light over there, so we did pretty well strategically positioning our light here on CyberCAD before we ever got a chance to actually get him on the base. Now, we didn't do too bad. I'm gonna say we did well. Now, this again here, we're gonna get some more light on this part of his wing. Right in here. Like so. Again, this is metal here. That's going to be metal. It's got to pick up a lot of this source lighting here, more than say an absorbent surface would, like cloth, skin, that sort of thing. Come on, under there we go. So see you later there, Grand Oracle. Have yourself a good one. Now again, I'm hoping to paint the area in red. Not sure when the stream going to start. It's not going to be 10 o'clock, that's for sure. Because, again, this one kind of took the 10 o'clock time slot here. So appreciate you being here, Grand Oracle. Thank you so much. Yeah, I was trying to recall what that part of the cost was. Rico, I couldn't quite remember. I knew it wasn't pretty. It was not pretty. But then, of course, what you're getting right for that is pretty tremendous. Let me, come on, there we are. Gonna get you now. Maybe a little bit along his chin there, a little touch on that. There we go. What about this? Yeah, that's going to catch some of that green as well. Oh, by the way, this is not our latest light as far as our turquoise goes either. We can actually go later than this. Where's my, there is. And that again is our fast matte white. Go mix it with this green here, so it's not quite 100% white. Didn't have to be. And that is just for a few little glints of light here. Again, because this here is metal. There we are. There. Again, along the edge of this. There. This is even closer. Now we got some of the later edges over there. Now we gotta get them on this part. I wasn't sure right until I stuck him on here. Wasn't sure just how close he was gonna be to this second light. Oh, I see. We gotta lighten up you here too. Let me do that. Okay, there we go. Light on that edge. Over on the On his claws. Some light on those edges too. Some of that there. Oh, yeah, yeah. Definitely starting to get some. Well, I could see a whole ton of fun different things, right? Recoil that you could do with that baby. Mm-hmm. There'd be all kinds of fun stuff. Stuff that the FDM or the resin's way too fragile for. Yeah, oh yeah, here we are. Let's get the edge of this now because we got more glowy stuff on that side. I think I've probably wiped some of that away with my fingers there. Hopefully now we're not going to be doing that anymore. Got some pistons here in his fingers that I also want to capture with that little bit of edge highlight there. There. Yep, now it's you can see it's kind of capturing the underside of the wing there. Very different than that wing for sure. Couple more lights there, and then along the edge of his neck here. Gotta get his little spiky bit too. Now over here, let's try to get to some of the other. Start hearing about me. No, that's not our cadmium red. This I'm trying to get a cooler red over here. A cooler red. This is just the alkyd. That's just the alkyd red right there. We don't really need a ton of intensity or opacity from it. So thanks a bunch there, Recoil. Thanks a bunch, and again, oh, thanks for the dono too, Recoil. Appreciate that. Well, I'll shoot you some messages after the stream. Some other stuff been working on. I'll try to show you there. So appreciate everything there, Recoil. Like always, have yourself a good one. And again, thanks for everything. Can we? Yeah. No, that was maybe that's a little more than I wanted there. Let me go back to this red. Ooh, that's good. And then we'll try to also hit that a little later too. But first here, let me do a little more there. Again, trying to almost do a bit of reflected light here. I'm going to use this. So I'm going to try to use the again, this red and that Naples yellow. That's kind of a pinkish color. reflected light down here. And we'll do that over here. Well, you gotta feed those orclings, right, Camda? They won't feed themselves unless they go to the Shire. So definitely feed those orclings. Yep, they go to the Shire. They might try to get like a 2-for-1 special over there. And well, I'll send you pizza. I'll send you pictures of the pizza tomorrow there, Camda. Well, later today. So I think you've seen it in the past in all of its glory. But we literally have a special table set up for it. Yes, the pizza has a table in its honor, set up in the kitchen. Because that's how big it is. It takes up a table. Well, I mean a folding table, but it still counts. It still counts as a table. Trying to draw. There we go. Now this here. Okay, we ended up needing a little bit of repair. Did it? I'm gonna go. Let's go darker. Now this is almost a bit. There we go. A little glazy there. Hmm. Nope. I want me to cadmium red. All right. This edge here needs to be a little bit lighter, and then there's actually a bit of a here. I'm gonna try this. I wasn't going to initially, but I like the idea. I like the idea of doing this. Let me try this here. No, thanks, Irid. Hey there, Stevie. How you doing? Thanks, Stevie. Hey, Spotty. Nice to see you there. So, Irid, appreciate that. Thank you so much, and have a good night. Hey, Irid, why don't you share your Pinterest link one more time? Because guess what? Irid's going to be streaming, well, just a matter of hours from now, right? 7 Pacific. So, again, give that a little bit of a share there. So, Spotty, I hope that you've been doing well. And thank you so much for the birthdays. So, Stevie, I hope that you're doing fabulous there. Of course, happy Saturday to you as well. Again, everybody check out that link that Irid and Wife just shared. So I'm going to try that. I'm going to try that over there. So see you later. Have yourself a fantastic stream later today. There we are. All right, we got that going. Gonna try and soften. Oh yeah. This needs to catch a little light right there. Hey, there's Sea Dragon. So happy Saturday, Sea Dragon. Ah, thanks, Steve. Steve, I was just about to grab Cad and say, "Oh yeah, here's what Cad looks like." No, he's on there. He's actually on the base. Ooh, now we haven't done this yet. Here, let's. Well, we are zoomed out. Now we got the whole family here, all on their bases. Look at that. There we go. There's our Cyber Cathy, and there is our Cyber Wappellious there. So great to see you there, Spotty, and of course, Sea Dragon. I hope that all is well. You know what? Let me. I wasn't going to initially, but I am gonna do this right here. And we'll leave that alone. I am gonna get a little touch more of it over here on this side of his boot there. Let's drop this in now. Oh, I'm gonna try this here. This I think is also gonna make this a little bit lighter. If I get this, even this is not super dark, but it does have some of the fluorescent in there. And there we are. I would, yeah, let me try a little bit of this here. Let me get a little, yeah, that's a little bit too light of a green there. So Spotty, here's hoping that you've been having yourself a fabulous day. And oh, is Mittens streaming? I just realized, yeah, that's every time I see it, I always think Commander Mittens streams. I think Mittens has been streaming a bunch lately. So Spotty, I still remember. Oh, was it Dark Eldar, Spotty? The project? No, it was. Oh no, it was Lumineth, right? Right, Spotty. That was the Lumineth army that uh, she had to do like dozens, and it kept growing. Yeah, that was. I think it was a Lumineth army or something. And it's just like, oh yeah, here's more Lumineth. And then there was more Lumineth, and then there was even more Lumineth. Unless that was that a different army that I was thinking? But I'm pretty sure it was Lumineth. Then it might have happened again with Dark Elder. I don't know, but it sure happened with the Lumineth. The army that just would not die. Actually, let me get this. Might or there's some fuzz here. Ah, there we go. That was from the spray paint stuff. Okay, so I wasn't losing my mind then, Spotty. I was right about that. Okay, that's good. I'm losing my mind about other stuff, but at least I did not lose my mind about that, right, Sea Dragon? I'll take that as a win. I swear that lasted for years, Spotty. I almost thought there was one point where Mittens was saying that, oh yeah, that thing is back on again. There's more being added to it or something. Ooh, let me. Ooh, yeah, we better get the. No, that was too much. That was too much. All right, look at this. We're gonna take that and we're just gonna erase it. There you go. I'll just erase that. Again, 5 hours, 20 minutes ago. Speaking of the spray paint, that's all this was. It was just that spray paint and nothing else. There was nothing else on here. What we do got to get on here is more of this darker stuff. Sorry if you can't see it. I have to hold it that way to be able to see it myself. Well, and also reach it. Minor details. Minor details. Got to be able to actually reach it. I thought so. Yeah, that's right, because I may have even mentioned it the last time I rated it, and of course I always feel bad asking about that, Spotty. I feel bad asking about that. Gee, Spotty, I still gotta send Drax a message there, and just say Drax is doing okay and all that, and I'm sure that Drax won't be streaming, but just hoping that Drax is doing okay. But I don't know if you can. I think you can. I think you can say. I'm going to just sneak in here. Come on. There we go. My fingers are nowhere near the metal ferrule because, well, how in the world would I be able to get to any of this? Caress the brush. Don't crush the brush. Still able to get to that back there. You know what? I'm going to do some of our freehandy stuff that's also got some of that lighter green on it. Here. A little shot of you there, and then maybe a little hit of this light on that. Okay, good. I don't know about this. You know, I'm actually going to do a little. Ooh, wait a minute, up here. Actually, oh, wow. All right, this a wing here. Let me go backwards a little. So that's going to try to lift up a little bit of light here. I'm going to try to use a little bit of this. It's kind of like a violet blue here. Is this going to be too light? No, not really. I mean, there's a lot of dark there. I'm going to try and get a little mid-tone-ish kind of something here. Then we'll have to, I think, grab our fast matte white. Well, we do have some. We still got some out on the palette that is intact. So Sea Dragon, here's hoping that everything's been fabulous there. Let me show you this. Maybe you saw some of our. That's our first, as we call it, space landscape. Very first one. Let me try it. I want to get that fast matte weight in before I forget. Let me grab this over here. Break this down a little bit. Again, this will be for some of our highlights on CAD. Now, that's why I did this. I do these animations like this because it is a way to see. Okay, it's instead of a static reference, you see like the light is changing. You get to see kind of where the reflected lights are on CAD. See the blue on him there, and you can see on his legs, right? You can kind of see how the light plays on that. It's the same thing, just like our like this, right? We did that as much of a reference to see, well, what would it look like? What would it look like if it was actually floating around? And there's another. Oh, here we go. Yeah, like this. That's why we did this, because I just wanted to see what would that ship maybe look like in space. It gives me. It's better than just a static reference, if you want to call it that. Glad everything is good there, Sea Dragon. Couple little extra lights in there. There we go. Bingo here. Really trying to get some glinty, fresh colors here on CAD. Let me break this down some more even. Now, Sea Dragon, I've got a whole bunch more concepts. So I'm going to be trying to make essentially a 35 to 40 millimeter set of Cyber Wapple characters to do this diorama. Though there's several dioramas, but the one I really want to try, it's basically walking around in essentially a digital garden where all of the flowers are glowing, and each of the flowers is glowing a different color. And I thought that would be a pretty wild object source lighting exercise if you had perhaps dozens of flowers, each one of them kind of glowing different colors here and there, different intensities. So that is a project I'm going to try to work on those figures over the coming weeks. Bingo, there we are. Come on. Gonna try and get this little dot. Well, that didn't quite go where that dot was supposed to go. Well, looky here. We're just gonna grab this green. Oh, it's all gone. All gone. Tragedy averted. Because, reasons. Doesn't have to be a tragedy. We just say, alright, fine. We'll take some of that away. Whatever. No big deal. Back to the that's probably going to be pretty darn light there. Let me see what happens with this. Where's my kind of dingy? Oh, there, dingy grayish green. That is good for this. Ah, yeah. There we go. We were missing some of that. Now we got to do this, and I noticed this again. That reference we were just talking about here. I noticed on our Cyber CAD there, what was kind of missing here was this. We've been doing the edge from the other direction, like from the light. I need to get this dark coming in here. Let me here, right here. So That is, whoops, oh, get rid of that. There we go. This is the edge that was missing right along here. Because it was kind of like, what is going on there? What is it that we're missing? That's what we was missing. Now I feel like that that glue has dried enough that I can safely get just brushy down here. Ah, a little dark there brings that out. Perline Crimson. Let me. There we, and then that's just gonna mix all that stuff going mix together, and now we gotta get more glinty stuff up here, perhaps. Ah, good. Okay, there's a little Indian yellow in there. Well, let me break this down some more. Break it down some more. All right. Is nice. Is there. Is there. More shinies up here. Come on. Right there too. Nice. Right here. And then even lighter again. Let's get a little bit of the yellow. Little bit of yellow in there. Ah. Yep. Let me go with the red. Like that. Also some here. Dark again. This joint there. Let me do that and back to the red here. And then I do this. yeah. We must have dark to show the light. We have basically mid-tones and then some lights. Not a ton of our darker. Let me try and get that right over in here. Now we're talking. Because that was not looking like metal. That was looking more like a piece of cardboard. Nothing wrong with cardboard unless it's not supposed to be cardboard. In that case, that's not fabulous. Oh, yeah, yeah, here we are. That darker red. Another little area, then maybe at the end of these claws. And now we got to try and get this lighter stuff here on the end of these guys. But that is also not part of our green. That's probably yeah, that's a better angle of approach. Better angle. And again, I'm pretty sure we'll tackle here our Irian rod. That's going to be fun because it's another part of our Celtic Goddess series. So that should be really fun. It's going to be also a very different type of color scheme. Oh, look at this. This is another fun thing too. So we have all these cooler greens, right? What's in front of them, right? We talk about foreground, middle ground, background, whether it is a 3D composition or this, right? So what happens? The red, the green makes that red come forward even more, just like the blue here, right? That blue violet makes the orange that much more intense. I knew there was something. I was like, there was something that was like a little lesson that was supposed to come out of this. That was one of the lessons too. Better late than never to realize that. It's like there was something that was supposed to be. Oh yeah, that's right. Well, I mean, he hasn't exactly been on here the entire time. He spent most of the stream on his own little base, doing his own thing somewhere else. But it's always fun when we can kind of demonstrate that a lot of those 2D art principles. Well, guess what? They're gonna apply to your miniature painting too. More of this right over here. There we go. Yeah, gotta get some of those. And up here too, we need some light on his. Trying to do that on his shoulder, kind of being blocked. So we're just gonna have two fingers, so that we can somehow drop in these little bits of light that we need here for some of these plates. Get those two. Now let me get all this stuff out of this bro. I want to go back to my much lighter stuff here, because I want to hit that, and now these bits here. And this is something else that I saw when I played the animation. There, that's what I needed to end. But I got to do the same deal over here. We're missing that little bit of same reflected light going all the way down there. Now, this whole hand here, gotta get this, or this whole finger over here. How did we miss some of these joints? Also, why is that not getting more light? solving that problem. More light there. Back to this. I almost forgot this finger. We started wandering off to the chest armor there. And same deal down here. Just like we did on the other side, and there's another little armor plate that comes in there. And now here, this that joint on that knee, we gotta get that looking more circular. All right, a little bit of the orange there too. Okay. And too, you can kind of see on a reference over there, same sort of thing. Now let me get this green in there. Now to the lighter stuff. Better thin that down a little. Do I still? Okay, I still have fast mat weight over here. That is good. This better. Let's see. I'm gonna try it. This consistency. Let me see what happens. Ooh, just good enough. There we go. Okay. Just did work. This could use some kind of reflection. Let me try this red again. Now it's almost kind of a pinkish color there. A little touch more of that over here. Now on the chin there. There we go. Once again, it was looking more like just skin. It wasn't really looking like metal because there was no reflection. We're doing that over here too, so we're getting some reflection on the underside of this. Doing that all along along his legs there, getting those reflections. Let me get. I gotta lost my reference there. Okay, now I got it back. So yeah, this is kind of a pinkish color here. Let me work that in. Getting a little more reflected light here. Let me try this. Kind of flip this around. And now, okay, let's go fishing. Let's go fishing for midtones or reflections here. Look at fingers like this. 2 fingers on the brush. Get this brush somehow between arms, legs, and the base. And then get me a little bit of the and some kind of reflected light there. There has to be something. Otherwise, just will not be metal. another extra little bit of metal plates there. And then we're good up with this. And we're good there. I mean, to that. Doing this here. Maybe put this right where his jaw meets. And then what about this? I shall try. Oh, that's not too late, but that's gonna go here. Like that. A little extra. Oh, yeah, there we go. Yeah, that worked out. Wasn't sure. Here's some more light up here, too, on these guys. Wow, look at there's so many. We got light coming from under there. And then there's that little zone of the dark, and then it comes back into like, ooh, I do believe we should do ourselves. Now that we got him on the base, I think a film noir might show quite a bit. Yeah. I mean, basically the object source lighting on him anyway is pretty much toast. It's gone. Until we reveal. Oh, look at that. It's the big reveal. There's the source light right there. Taking, yeah, a little bit more of this light here. Little cleanup going on over here. A little also some freehand action. Finalizing. I do words. This stuff here. Now I think this is another like a little wiped out. Now I think I have to come back with some level of the gray. But then we might need to also lighten up that little bit of freehand that's over there. Let me try. I'll use this first. I think that's right about where. Oh wow! Look at that. Was pretty darn close. Wow! Look at that. Is very close. That is very close. Now that I've done this, I'm gonna try to take our lighter fluorescent-ish green here. Yep. Let's refine this a little, because that got a bit choppy. There we are. Okay. Already feeling better about that area. Ah, I was like, wait a minute. There's supposed to be an equivalent on the other side. There it is. We'll figure it out eventually. Now let me do some little smaller markings here. Get some of that, some of the blue. Now we're gonna add in a few more of these, shapes here into our digital stuff. Well, that's fantastic there, Artemichael. I'm not going to jinx nothing. I'm not going to jinx anything because you can jinx water effects, so I'm not going to do that. Now, Artemichael, why don't you share some of the other art stuff there?
Who enters my domain?
Share some of that while we welcome in Paint Hand Dan. How you doing there, Paint Hand? Miss came out. Nice to see you. Thank you so much. Check this out here, Paint Hand. And again, Paint Hand, if you want to share something in the chat, please go ahead. We have been working here on our Cyber Wappellious and CAD figures here. We started painting this, well, just about 6 hours ago. Thanks, Miss Kmat. Thank you so much, Paint Hand. We're kind of doing a little bit more on our digital freehand there. It joins our Cyber Wapple family. We have a whole complete family. There we go. We got Cyber Jeero and Cyber Cathy, and now we've got Cyber CAD and of course Cyber Wappellious. The tradition began 6 years ago, well over 6 years ago now. There's the original Wappellious Spellbrush. Then there was this one here. There was actually a third one that this was Lazy Squire Games. Um, then there was this one. Well, no, I did a fantasy version, and then I started doing a cyber version there of Wappellious Spellbrush. So this has been super fun. The Cyber Wapples, of course. Here we painted this on stream last night. Fabulous space landscape, as we like to call it. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Arda Michael shared. And of course, Painthand, if you want to share any linkies there, please go ahead. Here is another little fun thing that we did. This is another one of our Cyberthurian characters. That is basically the fractured slash corrupted version of Nimue with a little bit of source lighting there. So thank you so much, Painthand. And of course, well, we've been painting our fabulous Seri Republic ships here. And look at this. Here's another one right there. I think we've done 14 different ships now, something like that. I believe so. Yeah, some of the fighter craft as well. Oh, thanks, Painthand. Appreciate that. Again, these are. It's really fun to basically juxtapose all we were just talking about it here. All of that red with this cooler green behind it, so you can see how he stands out more. It's almost like this again was a painting, right? There's multiple levels here. You got a foreground, a middle ground, and a background. And here, let's go back to our to some of our freehandy type stuff here. And again, we're going to try to secure some more of our little edges here. So yeah, Painthand, if you want to share some stuff in chat, please go ahead. I'm sure that the stream was fabulous. Sure, the stream was fabulous. Everybody loved it. And everybody, please give Painthand Dan a follow if you could. That would be sensational. There we are. This is again part of our little bit of our cleanup area here. There's another big. I've been waiting to do that one for a while. Also, this one here too. There we are. And we're using the oil paints. Using the oil paints like always. And again, everybody please give Painthand Dan a follow. And of course, again, Painthand, you got Discord, Insta links, whatever. I know you just finished your stream, but if you got maybe some work in progress things going on, maybe maybe a Discord, whatever, or even Facebook link or YouTube or something, Whatever you wants to share. Trying to get a little more resolution on some parts of our cloak here. There we go. And of course, the Cyber stuff. Been working really hard on the board game, also the RPG. And we've got another thing that we're working on with our Starship project. That will be, well, another couple of games there too. There will be sort of an overall strategic version, and then, well, what you use your ships on a more tactical level. Also trying to have a way for other types of victories, not always just a conquest victory. Each civilization has their own cultural elements, so they could potentially win a cultural victory or an economic victory or a political victory or a diplomatic, that's right, diplomatic slash political victory. We're this coming week on Monday, we'll be starting up another fleet. So we pretty much finished off all of the Syria Republic. We will be working on, well, the Terra Force, so the one part of human society. Some more of our dark in there. Oh, yeah. The darker this is, right, the more our source lighting will stand out. You must have dark if you wish to show the light. So here, let me take our blending brush to that too. So see how that, right, creates a little bit of a nice little edge right there. We might carve out a little bit more of these guys, and then here too. Not so much reflected light on the sleeve, because, well, sleeve is that's cloth, right? Metal surfaces reflect their surrounding. Let me see if we can. A little more light there. So that is a bit of a reflection. So if we hold it this way, let's do maybe a quick little film noir to demonstrate that. Zoink. So again, see, it almost looks even more like metal once you take away all the color. Let's bring the color back now. Try to no. This warmer green. I almost forgot, because this here, right, that is a warmer green. There. And now again, this here, we got another metal surface here. Right, it should reflect off of that metal surface if we're gonna say, well, that is shiny. Ought to reflect there. So we got that crazy yellow. Let me just get all this stuff out of the brush here, super quick, like. Just bear with me here for a sec. Let's get a little clumpy there, because, well, now it's been it's been basically 6 hours since we first started, and yes, this entire thing, 6 hours. We started 5 hours 59 minutes and 37 seconds ago. There was no paint on this. There was some primer-ish, basically. That's it. That is it. So we're trying to get a little rainbow light source effect there, because, well, we got 4 different colors. All lighting on this. No weighting. I'm gonna. Okay, there we are. Yeah, that went like immediately to the lightest light. Now over here, we don't have that lightest light. Let's see if we can put that in here now. Like that. Now this sometimes works really well. Let me grab that. So kind of a let's see, what was it got? Phthalo indigo or indigo green. There we are. Yep. Well, let's clean up some of these guys here. Yeah, paint hand. Actually, Cyber Cat's only been attached to this base for about the last, maybe the last hour or so, at most. He spent most of his time attached to this bad boy here. Actually, let me get rid of that container. Get that out of the way. Ooh, here's that's another thing I was missing right there. I'm like, wait a minute, there was another thing that I was supposed to do over there. Eventually, hey, like, eventually I'll remember. Okay, now that we've done that, we need to tighten up some of this stuff over here. Get that darker for sure on that side. Sneak a little bit of dark down there. Yeah, paint hand. It's been interesting trying to find a place for me to put my hands, given there's been some tough to reach areas. That's for sure. That is going to be another one of our light, dark, and then light again areas there, I believe. Hey there, recoil. Now, hopefully, Squeak is actually probably looking for some chow. I keep thinking it is 4:06 here. I keep thinking it's much later, and I keep thinking, well, it's definitely Squeak chow time there. You know what? If I'm still gonna do this, and then here that's gonna make our lighting look that much more intense if I do this. Now, and by the way, I made the base, the figures, all of it. Where's my? Here's some of my basing bits, my cyber basing bits right there. There you go. More snacks, more better, right? Recoil. I mean, Bob was looking for some snacks too. He's like, there gotta be some snacks sometime, right? Like cookies? Yeah. I'll just eat the cake, maybe. Baba was being very cantankerous there. We don't want that to be too dark up there. Let me finish getting these little areas here, and we're gonna just take that away. Do the same deal over here. That kind of makes those look a little bit more organized. Oh, this one too. Forgot these guys. Okay, there we go. Nice to see you there, Lo. I hope that Saturday begins well for you. And just chucked a little bit of that green in there. Yeah, I can do that. Now, where is my... That one bit of green, I'm going to... No, that's not enough of a skin tone there. Let me try this. Now, there we go. The kind of lost the one nostril there. It's like, wait a minute, what's going on there? Now that's later. There's too much thinner on there too. So I hope that again everything goes fabulous. Oh, there we are. And now, can we just get a teensy bit there? Lower lip. Nope, can't be that color. Hmm. There we go. See, my brother Frank and I, we both have a very similar. Well, he's got the same kind of goatee type thing as me, and his lower lip is very much like my, especially certain expressions. Now, of course, Kathy used to say there, recoil, that Frank and I, we literally sounded alike. Not just like that, not even our voice as far as the sound that it made, but the patterns that we spoke in. And then her mom said the same thing. What, she was here back in 2022, and Frank just happened to be here that one day. And she said, "Holy smokes, Kathy was right. You guys talk exactly the same." Same kind of inflection, same rhyme, same meter, same everything. Catching a little extra light on that again. That's that kind of a warmer gray too. Let me see if we can make that be a little bit here, a little more glint off of some of this stuff now. I mean, we've been doing all that stuff on CAD, trying to make the metal more glinty. Also, too, I'm hoping that might just be enough of our fast matte white surviving to put one more there. That's it. We're gonna put a little something more here on the that little screen, a little something on that. Is nice there. Okay, and some of that down on this portion here. Get some light on this up here. Good. More of that stuff up here. Let me get the dark up there. Again, that's kind of a darker red. Thanks, Paint Hand. Appreciate that. And again, Paint Hand, if you want to share some stuff there, please go ahead. Yeah, it's probably some chow time there, right, Paint Hand? Maybe a little bit of stretching after being kind of smushed up in one position there for a while. Hey there, JJ. How you doing? Thanks, Paint Hand. And again, if people want to see the earlier stages of this, before it was 6 hours ago, this channel right here, that has all of our sessions, and the latest one that got posted again was that Nimue, that corrupted Nimue there. So great to see you there, JJ. And again, our next stream is is just a matter of hours later today. We are going to paint up our Ariane rod here. The bust. We have the figure version too, but we're going to paint up, I think, the bust version. And here's a little sneak peek at what that's going to look like right there. So she's up in the top there. So we're going to have the white here, the kind of magenta purple dress right there. Going to have a lot of fun doing basically some nebula effects. Also some more of the, a little bit more of the translucent cloth action happening. Speaking of, let me, yeah, I'm going to use this here. Let's get something darker. Speaking of darker here. There we go. That's gonna start wandering its way down here. Okay. See you later there, Inganes. Actually, Inganes, you know what you gotta do. One more time, share your Instagram link there. Everybody, please give Inganes a follow, because guess what? Inganes also streams the oil painting. So please give Inganes a follow. So yes, our next stream later today will feature Arianrod, Celtic goddess of the heavens. We've already done the Morgan. Let's see. Well, we don't have the bust version of the Morgan out here too. Oh, we do. Here we go. There's the bust version of the Morgan, and of course we've also done Bridget. We've done the bust and figure version of Bridget as well. I think we got, oh, there's our Morgan figure right there. So there's the Morgan. And again, that is a design that I've not just painted several times on drums and other things. I actually sculpted it out of Sculpey. Also sculpted it out of art clay, which is silver clay. It is metal clay that you fire in a kiln, and that is some pretty wild stuff. So yeah, it was extra fun to do the Morrigan there. Again, a design that I did years ago. Thanks, JJ. Appreciate that. And yeah, we'll be getting back to our Starship stuff, and of course, last stream, our Thursday into Friday stream, we did a little bit of 2D art. That's one of our space landscapes there. And then we'll be getting back again to our starships, like our fabulous starships here. So we'll be getting back to these again on Monday, starting a whole new fleet. Let me try here with this. Yeah, okay, we got the Indian yellow here. Good, that is still active. No, I wonder if that's enough opacity. That might just do it. It is just enough opacity. We shall get a little bit more over there. So we got kind of, we call them that was the original big three, which was Gamblin, Williamsburg. Where are you? How we have us out there? Oh, that is not a Windsor Newton. There's a Windsor Newton. Come on, you're still hiding. There we go. So that was the original big three. Then that kind of expanded to the big four with Richardson. And then last year it kind of expanded to the big five with the Paul Rubens. Now, the advantage here is A. Alkids, B. That is also available on Amazon. So again, that's a big deal for folks, again, overseas, because that means you can actually get some of the same things that I'm using without having to sell off a few of your most prized possessions or whatever. little bit of that yellow over here. So yeah, JJ, the oil paints, super fabulous. No zenithal or nothing like that. We just work directly, just boom, right onto the surface. And this is all essentially wet into wet. All wet into wet. Now, the other thing about the Paul Rubens, that's a type of oil paint called alkyds. That just means that those are going to dry a whole bunch faster than, say, your regular oils. And by a whole bunch faster, I mean significantly faster. There's a little bit less pigmentation in them, of course, and but also they are going to be cheaper too. That is another little side benefit. But like anything else, sometimes there's a little bit of a trade-off. You say, okay, well, I get this. Maybe I got to give up this aspect to some degree at least. That should be our source lighting there. So here, let's bring it. Okay, now here again, this is the advantage. So we're going to take this little blending brush here. We're just going to take some of that away. Not all of it, just some of it. Now over here, oh, and this is another area here. We shall get our indigo in gear. Make some more of those separations. Oh yeah, this thing too. There we go. Might do that as well. And we don't really do any of the varnishing or anything like that. The oils are super, super rugged. And by super rugged, I mean they are really rugged. They are rock solid stuff. It's they are not shy about taking a little punishment there. Now this here, I'm gonna try and get me some more of my orange, I think. A little bit of my orange. That's actually here some of our cadmium red. Too much stuff on that brush. Let's get rid of some of that. JJ, if you want to share some stuffs in the chat there. Sorry, meant to ask that earlier. You want to share if you got some Insta links there, Discord, or something along those lines. You want to share that. Thanks. Actually, oh, JJ, geez, you just reminded me. Wow, I gotta get the next post. Well, actually, this will be my next Instagram post because it's gonna be a way that I can also do the thank yous for all the folks that have been kind enough to do the happy birthday thing. I always tell my family, Kathy's family, and I'm gonna have more to go through after the stream here, but there are hundreds of folks that are nice enough to send the birthday greetings and stuff, and just want folks to know that is appreciated. They also took the time to join in on the stream here. That again is super appreciated. Hey there, Jack. See, there you go. Right on cue, Jack. Right on cue. Thank you very much. So great to see you there, Jack. And of course, here's hoping that all things are going spectacular for you there. So appreciate you doing the lurky there, Jack. What is it that A? Oh yeah, AD always says lurky turkey. That's it. Yes, lurky turkey. There we go. Here we go. We got now again. This is a little bit different from the fantasy versions. Where is oh, there he is. So you can see here he's got all these little jars, right, of his paint. But here I chose to make them, yeah, because obviously we're trying to do the object source lighting, the neon aspect of it there. So yeah, we've got little lights here because reasons. Thank you so much, JJ. Appreciate that. And of course, we did our Battle of Midway observations here. So at some point we'll be getting back to our World War II ships as well. We just did that. Was that the first week of June? We did that. We painted a Dauntless. We also painted this here. So yeah, that was a week of historical things. Let me throw in a little bit of something lighter there. A little something there. Okay. Now, what about on CAD over here? Let me take some of this. We gotta try to get some kind of reflected whatever. That's basically kind of a dingy gray. Basically trying to take this color, reflect that here, because again, metal reflects things. And again, this reference was very, very handy for trying, especially for things like CAD, because instead of just like one static image from one angle, this here though, he's actually walking around, so you can really see how the light plays off of the legs there and the surrounding light too. Same thing with Spellbrush there. You can see how that changes when the head moves. Again, is it going to be exactly like the miniature? Well, no, because miniature's in a static pose for one thing. But it gives you a way to kind of get a handle of what it would look like in an actual environment, as opposed to just, again, standalone. So appreciate that, Jack. Appreciate that. And of course, I do believe there was 11 other folks that also shared a birthday. And I believe I was victorious. I mean, since I didn't get to sleep until 10 something o'clock in the morning, I was able to most definitely beat them to the punch on the birthday wishes. Yeah, that's one of the challenges among us birthday brothers is who is the first one to send birthday greetings to the others. I claim victory. Let me push that a little later there, and maybe that might be too much of our weight there. I am going to put some of that on our metal over here, though. There, okay. Now this, I think that if anything, you know what? I'm not even going to put that light stuff there. I'm going to go Oppo, Phthalo green, indigo green. When in doubt, make things darker. That recoil, it's for the longest time, I was like the only person born in June, and then all of a sudden, everybody was born in June. Everybody's born in June. All of a sudden, it became very popular. Well, Jack, once you get the photos of that, be sure to share. Those car models, Jack. Oh man, those can be really complex. And talk about a lot of open surfaces, right? Tons of open surfaces on those. Well, it was great that Mateo could join. I believe that was the last stream. Yeah, Mateo was on the last stream there. What are we doing here? What are we doing there? Yep, see, there's another little edge that needs to be darker, and then maybe. Oh, yeah, these guys. And I don't care that it's got some of the green in it. It's funny because we got some of the kind of a rust color working in there too. Maybe we darken that green down, and then a little bit of shadow there. Now over here we gotta figure out what is happening with this. It's gonna have to be the power of the filbert brushes, right, Jack? The power of the filbert brushes and doing the oils and doing a lot of plop and push. That's for sure. I mean, that's pretty much how we handle all the open surfaces. I mean, I wonder. I know it's going to be a little bit of a journey to get there, but let me see if I can find that. Nope, that's not it. Where's my L? L. There we go. Yeah. So the oils help very much with that because I mean, there's some open surfaces there. And again, that was using the filbert brushes, letting that paint kind of get mixed together. That's one of our tutorial series there on the Patreon page. So yeah, hopefully maybe something like that could be helpful. Okay, that's a little more of that red there. Tone you down. A little more of a blend there. Let me take. Jeez, holy smokes! But that Indian yellow, man, we've been talking about the whole stream. You don't fool around with that. That is intense stuff. I went to go do this. I thought I was gonna get gray, and I had green. It's like, wow, that is some intense stuff right there. And I get where's oh, here we go. Yeah, no, that's yeah, there we go. Filbert brush. These are just craft ones too. I basically stopped getting the more expensive, just regular version of the filberts and just getting the craft ones now. That seems to be more than good, and actually, it has been better. I swear those are lasting. Well, they're probably lasting longer because I got a ton of them. And we can just kind of rotate through, so no single one is getting really beat up. So again, that's the other advantage of using, you know, more of the craft brush kind of stuff. Oh, that's fantastic there, Jack. I know that's gonna be a big challenge there. So best o' luck on that. So see you in a bit there, Jen. And again, we're gonna be streaming. Actually, I might be jumping off pretty soon here because well, it's been 6.5 hours. And speaking of chow, we could probably use some here. So of course, let's say thanks to Armored Wolf for doing again another massively long night of the moderations there. And of course, thanks for all the bits and the subs, the follows, the cheers, all the raids. We had a whole bunch of raids. So we appreciate the raids. I'm gonna show that. Let's show both the. There we go. Here's our cyber family all together. There we. Do we need to do a cyber squeak there? Recoil. Do we need a cyber squeak? Of course, Squeak would say yes because that would be Squeak. And you know, one second, let me do a little something something lighter with this. With our free handy stuff there, okay? Yeah, we kind of lost sight of that. Maybe one more hit. Again on our free handy designs. Instead of the yellow, we'll go more with this. Well, now it's almost kind of a hybrid. Hybrid. It's got a little bit of the yellow in there. There we go. Okay, is nice. Now let me see here. I'm gonna do a quick little. Ah, there we go. We will head over to Pascal because Pascal is actually doing the streamy thing. There we go. So again, I appreciate everything. Again, it's 6.5 hours ago. This had no paint, no CyberCAD, no object source lighting, no freehand either. I'm gonna get our rate countdown underway here to over to Pascal. Also trying to save the voice for the next stream too, which again is just later today. Doing this right here. So thanks again, everybody, and I will hopefully see you later.